Hello, J-Pong. Hello, Violet. Hello, Brinty. Hello, Talon. Hello, lovely individuals of varying makes and models, differing vintages. Hello. I hope you enjoy your large games. I'm sorry that Road Trader is something you also want to get into. Good evening, good morning, good day, good morrow. What? I love your voice, Violet. I love you, Violet. Who doesn't adore Violet? What's up, everyone? How is everyone doing today? How's J-Pop? How's Violet? How's Tainted? How's Talon? I imagine Talon is still wiping up a little bit of a co-op Saturday with the bros. Nothing wrong with that. I hope he's been enjoying your hanky. Oh no, J-Pop. Sounds like Violet needs food. Fantastic. Played some Final Fantasy XIV with Flows. I've noticed in Flows sharing those screenshots over in Discord. I'm glad to hear you're having good times. But I myself am doing alright. I'm doing alright. Been a bit of a lazy day, as it were. I haven't really gotten much done today, if I'm being honest. Even though I wanted to get more done, just, sometimes you just don't get much done, and sometimes that's, alright, right? Did I mess with my volume? No. You can barely hear me. Wait, I've not messed with my volume, no. At least I don't think I did. Oh, maybe this is a little lower. Let's go up here. There we go. I think you sound fine, Violet. Maybe it was a little quieter. Turned up the gain a bit. No, you, Violet. No, you. No, you. J-Box it. Bunty chill. Alright. Bunty chill. Zhong chill. Zhong. Hello. Zhong, what's up? Also, hello, Tainted. How are you today? I can do the cat thing. Which I can integrate. One of these days I'll have a good setup with a phone and stuff. That's my hope, is I can set up AirKit with my iPhone. But I've just never got around to that. AirKit? G ARKit. Enjoy the J-Punk. Well guys, let's go ahead and dive into Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I have no clue what it's really going to be like, but we're going to find out. The main story. More stories are coming soon. Take up the mantle of a Rogue Trader. The scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of von Valancris as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It's up to you to hold the reins of the shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the von Valancris dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Cronus expanse. So it's normal, I guess. Murder the many in the name of the Garby. By the way, Garby, did you see your stand-in for the King too? You slapped, Garby. You slapped. If the stakes are high, then you might as well up the ante. Violet. Violet the gambler. Violet the gambler. Purple. Tastes like purple. Hello, Boardman. How are you today? I'm guessing these are some pre-generate characters. Darius. Barhador. Like his hat. Acta. Look at the custom character stuff. Create your own rogue trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless when it comes to customizing your character and choosing your homeworld, gender, and background. You can also choose from a wide variety of abilities and skills, such as combat skills, social skills, and technical skills. These abilities and skills determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they can overcome. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all of these customization options at your fingertips, you can create a rogue trader that is truly a one-of-a-kind and embark on an adventure unlike any in the Warhammer 40k universe. Alright. This portrait does change this. Like our hat. Some good artwork they got going here. They must definitely put in some work in the artwork. No you, Kori Kitsune. No you. Violet, why you error? Tainted, why you error? What you up to, Garby? What you up to, error? Tainted, Evan. So thanks for the hydrate and posture check, Boardman. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing alright myself. Curious to get into this game. You know me, I always like those turn-based tactical games. Hydration achieved. Oh, time to hang out with Jinxie Beautiful. What's up, Jinx? You're airing Tainted's error. Reception. It's a big boy. Oh man, you can actually have this big guy. Alright. Honestly, that face is fine. Skin tone's also fine, why not? Hair seems fine. Doesn't really... There's exactly one to me, you know? We have a decent amount of customization options though. I'm curious if this game's going to get modding support. If this game gets modding support, that would be huge. Brain dome. Oh, you know, I'm just, hiding. I'm hiding. Hello, Stenchmeister. Ayo, cutie, Aria Stench. Let's go, Aria Stench. Might start up Monster Hunter World soon, which has you in error. Oh no. Good luck with that one, Tainted. Good luck with that one. How are you today, Taken? It's good to see so many lovely people popping on in. Hope you guys can chill out and vibe with us. I guess you guys can't see the character's face while I'm on the ceiling, can you? Just lean to the side for a moment again. Looking at this stuff. It's interesting that there's a... It is interesting that there is these augmentation stuff. I'm sure some people will really enjoy that. Looks like these are painted on, but they have a good amount of depth, so they look not as painted on. You're just imagining Lightning's face for her character now. Ah yes, this is my face, guys. Looks like you can have two augmentations.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Time to reap the spoils of the battle.
Time to reap the spoils of the battle. My. Never you, Firestalker. Time to reap the spoils of Firestalker's cuteness.
Behold as I slay them in my devotion. A new note in discordant melody. Macro cannons, open fire.
Me, heretic? Doubt. If anyone's a heretic, it's Firestalker.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure. Jinx Fall, Cutie Fall. Hot and cool character of the game. Homeworld, Deathworld, Voidborn, Deathworld. On Deathworlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to the human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Deathworlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the plant's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardest and most resilient populations in the galaxy, those tested and found wanting to die young. Okay, so there's even like features and stuff. Back to Cat-chan. Are you a Cat-chan gamer, Arya, or Cinchmeister? They get a feature Survival Instinct once per combat. When the wounds of a Deathworld character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Deathworld characters also gain a 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound point from any source. Sounds like they would make very good tanky characters. A +5 to strength, toughness and agility, -5 to fellowship and intelligence. Some talents. Okay, so even talents maybe specific to the characters. Very D&D-esque. Or maybe this is more... Is Rogue Traders like a RPG system? Found wanting? They're lacking. They're found wanting. Like, it could be better. It's not up to par. Deathworld characters get 15% critical hit chance against targets with bleeding effects, or 50%, or with 50% or less of maximum wounds. Deathworld characters have a 10% chance to critical hit chance for axes, hammers, and las weapons. The Wounded Beast. Every injury increases Deathworld's character's agility and willpower by 5. Every trauma counts as 3 injuries. Lifetime of Scars. Deathworld characters take TGH bonus less damage from flame, toxic damage, and bleeding effects. Tenacity. Once per combat, when a Deathworld character is suffering from the stunned, blinded, or immobilized condition, this condition is ignored and they instead get 20% maximum, or 20% temporary wounds to their maximum wounds. Alrighty, Cinch Moisture, be safe. Jinx over there dancing. What you dancing for, Jinx? You excited tonight? Voidborn. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of the void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel into living in low or zero gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin is pallid. They may even have minor deformities or strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. They get +5 to willpower and intelligence, but -5 to strength. Fortune. A Voidborn character can reroll any field attack, dodge, parry chance, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Interesting. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. Interesting. That seems like a... I mean, 20% is not much, but just getting another chance is kind of huge in itself. Hive World. A hive world's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to welfare of the Imperium and are a beating heart of its economy within a war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies and vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine the fuel for Imperial navies. Innumerable regiments of Astra Militarium are raised from their massive populations as well. You're so cool, Violet. Strength in numbers. Hive World characters gain a +1 or +1 fell bonus divided by 2 resolve. If there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius. Yet they suffer -2 to resolve when no creatures around. +5 to fellowship and agility, and a -5 to willpower. Actually, look at the stats. Strength describes how physically strong a character is. It affects the damage a character inflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavier objects. For each bonus point of strength, characters deal 1 additional damage with melee weapons. So give... are just extroverts? Hive... I guess so. It affects the damage of a character inflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavier objects. Each bonus point of strength... Yep, I already read it. It also affects the athletic skill. Ability to traverse difficult terrain, for example, leap over collapsed sections of the deck or climb over slippery rocks. Toughness. Toughness defines how easily a character can shrug off injuries, as well as how easily they can resist toxins, poisons, environments, diseases, and other physical ailments. It increases the chance of resisting negative physical effects and the amount of characters' wounds. For each bonus of toughness, characters gain 10% wounds. It also affects the Carouse skill. Carouse represents the ability to resist negative effects applied by some poison stimulators or alcohol may give access to new dialogue options. I'm going to drink you under the table, scrub. Agility. Agility measures a character's quickness, reflexes, and poise. High agility allows a character to manipulate delicate explosives with finesse or to keep their footing when crossing treacherous terrain. It improves a character's initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. If a character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is also equal to half of their agility. Dodge reduction, a parameter to determine how much a character reduces enemy's chances to successfully dodge their attacks. The higher the value of this parameter, the more effective the character's attacks will be. Dodge reduction is affected by the weapon this character is using. Demolitions, deactivation of traps, and use of explosive blast containers to open or break through closed doors and block passages. Seems like Death World just is the go-to melee build. Oh yeah, I didn't look at Voidborn talents. Bloody Mess. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. Dodge build. Violet build. I've said him meow. Wizaroo meow. Contagious Luck. Upon using a non-damaging ability on an LA, grants that LA the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for 1 round. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Okay, so the fortune ability can be passed on to other characters if you use an ability on another character. Just a flesh wound. The Voidborn character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. Jinx. While a Voidborn character has more than 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies, in a 3-cell radius are increased by 10%. While Voidborn characters has less than 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies, in a 3-cell radius are decreased by 10%. Huh. Be smart. Anytime an ability or talent uses a fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use intelligence bonus if it is higher. Additionally, Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence even if their archetype does not allow it. Huh. Fellowship bonus. Fellowship represents a character's ability to interact with other creatures to deceive, charm, or befriend them. My fellowship will help a character find a way to approach a gathering of unsociable servants or to effortlessly make deals with treacherous merchants. It also affects the persuasion, coercion, and commerce skills. Maybe we go big brain build. Shotgun Gerber. Are you playing this game, Garby, or are you playing another game? What the Garby doing? Violet, make sure you're watching, Garby. If you blink, Garby will vanish. I joke, I joke. Shotgun Yum? I don't know about Yum, but sure. High World Talents? Camaraderie. High World characters can pass willpower resistant tests using their fellowship value instead. The character's fellowship value is higher. Huh. You just thought it would match to the Jinx. Number. If a High World character has melee superiority against an enemy, the effect is increased by +10. If an enemy has melee superiority against a High World character, the effect is decreased by 10. Melee superiority in melee combat. When any target is surrounded by more allies, then enemies receive a +10 weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Larger creatures need to be surrounded by more than 2 enemies to provide this advantage to the attackers. Interesting. Helping Hand. If a High World character starts their turn adjacent to an ally character, the High World character gains +2 MP. MP, movement points, okay. If a High World character ends their turn adjacent to allies, they gain +2 MP on their next turn. Garby. No. Violet must have blinked. What are you up to though, Garby? What are you up to? What is J-Poggin taking up to? Weapon personalization. All ranged weapons dealing physical damage have +1 bonus damage, 5% armor penetration, 1 way to fire, and -5 to recoil. Fresh start. High world characters gain 50% bonus to dodge against their first attack of opportunity every round. Interesting. Good at running away. Forge World. Forge Worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge Worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies that specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of the Forge World's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Adorable J-Poke. +5 intel, +5 toughness, -5 fellowship. They don't start with a feature. Interesting. Talents. Pinnacle of Weaponry. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to int bonus. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to int divided by 2. It actually sounds pretty strong. You're gonna open up with a strong power weapon or plasma weapon or something. You have a heavy intellect character. Fires of the Forge. Forge World characters gain a toughness bonus or plus tough bonus deflection against burning effect and flame weapons. I wonder if you can accidentally light yourself on fire. Steel of the Forge. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain 1 MP, 1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. Cannot act and suffers a -70% penalty to parry and dodge. That sounds kinda huge. Persistence of the Forge. Forge World characters gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single attack. Successful critical hits from a single target attack increases hit chance and dodge reduction by 20%. So if you're laying on that weaponry, they're just gonna hit harder and harder. Welcome back, Stenchmeister. Calculated relations. Forge World characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. So they share that with Voidborn potentially. Imperial World. An Imperial World is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal god emperor. Hailing from the hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of the countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity in the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. I'm still thinking about it, Stenchmeister. I'm reading them all out and figuring out what I want to go with. Humanity's finest. Imperial World characters can select any characteristic except for the weapon skill or ballistic skill and add 10-point bonus. Interesting. Sounds pretty vaguely. Ready to serve. When an Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability, or affects an ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased by ability bonus divided by 2 for 1 round. Rest well taken. Doing my part. I'm doing my part. And no other character, or if there is no other character in the current party, if no other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character, the first use of any abilities from this archetype costs -1 AP. I'm sure that could be huge for certain things. I'm not really fully sure how the system works yet. Jinx, your random word is metallic. What you up to, Firestalker? Stronger together, all allies excluding Xenos in the current party gain +5 to the same characteristics as was chosen for the humanity's finest. Sounds pretty strong. Better to die for the Emperor. Under 40% wounds, Imperial World characters gain a +10 bonus to all characteristics and +2 to resolve. No heresy. Imperial World characters gain 10% critical hit chance and 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. The allies gain half the bonus of no heresy. However, Imperial World characters' lore, Xenos and lore warp are always 0. Interesting. So you just won't know about Xenos in the warp because you're in the Imperial World? Huh. Fortress Royale. Oh wait, yeah. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium. A charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. Cadia still stands. Never stop shooting. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain 10% plus 10 stack of Never Stop Shooting. At the start of the turn, there's a stack of Never Stop Shooting % chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per round. If this effect triggers, all stacks are lost. Interesting. 5 to Perception and Willpower, -5 to Fellowship. Talents, Combat Addict. Fortress World characters gain +7 to ballistic skills, perception, and willpower while in combat. Yet while out of combat, their intelligence, fellowship, perception, and willpower are decreased by 7. Hail of Steel. Each round, Fortress World character gains a stacking 1% bonus to dodge against range attacks for each shot they made during this round. Also, the burst attack grants an additional 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. Huh. Know you, GP. Know you. But how are you doing today, GP? Familiar kickback. At the end of the turn, Fortress Royal characters gain stacks have never stopped shooting equal to half the minimal damage of most damaging ranged weapons they use this round. Never stop believing. When all stacks of never stop shooting would be lost, they become WP divided by 2 number of stacks instead. Additionally, a Fortress World character may upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetype does not allow it. So many classes? These aren't even the classes. These is just your where you come from. Bear Magazine. Fortress Royal characters first reloading combat costs 0 AP. Reloading a weapon costs grants an additional 10 stacks and never stop shooting. You can go very shooty with this character. Just lay on the books till you absorb the info. I hope your studying goes well, GP. Hello, Zalgrandis. How are you today? I'm thinking I may go Voidborn off the stop and go with, or off the start and go Be Smart. And go for a Commissar type Commissar type build. I don't know when you can get your first talent, so if I go low on Fellowship, it may be a little stifled conversation until then. Would be super helpful for absorbing knowledge if it worked like that, right? Astra Militarum Commander. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is a primary fighting force of the Imperium in the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 31st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of the Astra Militarum Regiment, commanding thousands in winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Feature: Regimental Tactics. The Astra Militarum commanders and all their allies deal a additional plus 20 plus 2 times perception, I'm guessing. Per bonus % damage to enemies that are adjacent to the commander or their allies until the end of the commander's next turn. All the commander's allies also take no damage from other ally attacks. Can only be once per combat. That sounds clutch if you had like a flamer or a big spread weapon and things were on top of you. You could use this and just shoot down your entire group without actually hitting them. If you're stacked up. Ballistic skill, perception, athletics, Medicaid. Heuristic modifiers. Skill modifiers. Suppressing fire. Timely rescue, shoulder to shoulder. Gosh, there's so much to this game already. So much. While the Astra Militarum Commander is under the Regimental Tactics effect, their single target melee, ranged attacks, and area attacks gain 20% dodge reduction, parry reduction, and cover penetration against enemies adjacent to the commander or their allies. Field fire. While the Astra Militarum Commander is under the Regimental Tactics effect, all their allies gain 5% rate of fire. Timely rescue while the Astral Military Commander is under the Regimental Tactics effect, killing an enemy adjacent to any ally grants that ally an additional 10 momentum. A lot of things seem to be tied to this, but it can only be used once per combat. Unless there's a level in which they get another use of it per combat. Unflinching heroism. Every time the Astral Military Commander uses a heroic act, the commander gains +5 to all characteristics until the end of combat. A heroic act can only be used if the party's momentum is 175 or higher. The first use of a heroic act in combat costs 75 momentum, with each subsequent use increased by 25. Each character can only use a heroic act or desperate measure once per combat. Interesting. At the moment, your party members can use unique abilities called heroic acts and desperate measures. In battle, the level of momentum changes depending on the action of the characters. If the momentum gauge reaches 175 or more, any party member can use a heroic act. If the momentum drops below 25, your party will gain the ability to use desperate measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of each combat, the momentum of the party starts at 100. The maximum momentum of the party is at 200. The minimum is 0. Can be a commissar? It seems so, yes. Interesting. Commissars of the office prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of the Astral Military Regiment. He used to be one of the faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of the imperial authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. At all costs. Personal. Cooldown once per combat. The commissar's next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following effects. Enemy target. The target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an additional turn after the current one with +2 AP and +4 movement. Ally target. All allies gain an additional 1 AP and 3 MP for the next round. Oh, so if I shoot an enemy, the target gets marked, and whoever kills it gets an extra turn. But if I can shoot an ally, and all allies gain 1 AP and 3 MP for the next round. Thanks for the hydrate, Chipog. Very commissar. Hydration achieved. It's actually pretty wicked. I like how the portrait has the hat with the hat on. Hair is tucked away. Duty and honor. While the commissar's ally is under the effects of at all costs, that ally suffers plus 50% damage but gains +2 AP and 4 MP instead of 1 AP and 3 MP. Show them contempt. While the commissar is adjacent to an enemy, all their allies gain commissar's spell bonus. Resolve. Fellowship. Summary execution. If the commissar kills a target with at all costs, they can use at all costs once more this combat for 0 AP. Ooh, you could set up some situations with that, I'm sure. I'm not sure if this one can only be activated once or not. Motivation. Anytime the commissar grants additional movement points to an ally character, they gain or give 2 more movement points. For the Emperor, when momentum is less than 100 points, killing a marked enemy or targeting an ally grants a bonus momentum. Interesting. Crime Lord. Wait. Commander Commissar. Alright, Crime Lord. The Imperium survives and prospers in no smart part due to narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours cannot be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. He used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. Surefire Plan. At the start of combat, the Crime Lord gains int bonus stacks of Surefire Plan effect. Activation of this ability consumes 1 stack and makes the next action stronger depending on the type of action. The Crime Lord attacks. They deal plus 10 perception bonus percent damage, more damage. The Crime Lord moves. They gain dodge and parry until the start of the next turn. Huh.
What town is this?
Now you can hear properly? Could you not hear properly before? Welcome back, Sean. If the Crime Lord uses a non-damaging ability or an enemy that but if the Crime Lord uses a non-damaging ability on an enemy, that enemy suffers a minus 10 plus int bonus penalty to damage for 1 round. It can be used multiple times per turn.
Suddenly.
The Pokemon game you were playing doesn't let you turn off the music. Ministorium Priest. Oh man, James can be a fanatic. James can be a fanatic. The SLRC, known formerly as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees a galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The SLRC's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure that prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. He used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation. Major character but have been too tired to devote time to play after work? Fair enough, honestly. Work can sometimes be a lot. Warhammer. Bonus momentum equal to 2 times devotees WP bonus. Willpower. The ability also grants an additional willpower bonus momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the priest or was hit by the priest's turn. Navy officer. Fancy hot you got there, Navy officer. You know, my jacket's a little like a commissar's jacket. That overcoat that's held together by the belt, you know? God, such fancy clothes, though. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleet of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. He used to be a Navy officer and commanded a void ship hardened in numerous battles and famous for his surrounding victories. Bracer of Impact. For 1 round, the Navy officer and their allies in a 3-cell radius gain 2 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. They also cannot be forcibly moved or over-penetrated. Do not falter. All allies affected by a brace for impact do not suffer the negative effects of melee superiority for the entire combat. Interesting. So if you start out a combat with a brace for impact, just for the entire combat, they'll have the ability to not get affected by melee superiority. Scatter. All allies affected by brace for impact suffer only half damage from all attacks of opportunity. Perfect timing. All allies affected by brace for impact gain 30% cover penetration. Navy officer also permanently gains 15% to cover penetration. Get off me. Brace for impact also allows the Navy officer to use any ranged weapon in threatened areas, knocks enemy prone, and pushes them one cell away during the effect. Oh, some certain weapons can't be used in threatened areas. Because it's too close to use the weapon, I guess. Which, I mean, kind of makes sense for some weapons, I imagine. Get into cover. All allies affected by a brace for impact gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 MP. And increase their cover efficiency by 20% for 1 round. Oh, okay, so they have no action points for that turn, but they can get 3 movement points. Noble. The high nobility of the Imperium are enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. He grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluences and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. He experienced their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. You serve me. Mishmovin. The noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics brain until the start of the noble's next turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains +10 plus noble's fatality bonus critical hit chance against that target. Can only be used once per combat. You do something. You go on. You are next. You protect me. You kill it. Oh my goodness. Interesting. You're next. Sanctioned Psyker. Sanctioned Zhong. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful, who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals, are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of the sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of the warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and miraculously survive the perils of the warp. Note: damaging psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting towards normal attack limit per round, and gaining all benefits of abilities and talents increase the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using a run and gun ability will be able to use damaging psyker powers twice per turn. An operative Oh wait, so this isn't even a class. This is just... This is just origin. Oh my god. We are slowly working on it. My goodness. Crazy. This is interesting. Oh my gosh. Psyche's got a lot going on. I don't know, I have to go commissar. You guys know me. I'm a commissar. The comfy commissar. That's me. Pyromancy. Zhang shares pyromancy is with Burnty. Burnty and Zhang are just little pyromancers. Triumph. Apex are brilliant. You played a key role in exposing conspiracy amongst your superior officers in Ashimo Throne. Oh wait, do these change on depending on what you choose? I'm curious. Yes-ish. The wording changes, but it's the same. Oh, that's neat. Flavor. Luscious Chloe. Your name has become synonymous for loyalty and valor. Your visage has adorned many Imperial Guard propaganda posters. Directed a heroic attack against an Imperial Guard regiment that breached the gates of the fortress held by Herald. Go with brilliant, since I'm going with Voidborn. And I want to get Be Smart. Because I don't know, I'm getting fellowship, so that does feel a little wasted, but that's fine. I'm just gonna be the biggest brain commissar, rule by comfiness, not by fellowship. Darkest Hour. The souls of all who perish in your brutal offensive still haunt your nightmares and torture your soul. Friend of shame. Falsely accused of cowardice, you are forced to suffer through a humiliating tribunal. Shadow of Torment. You're attacked by a group of renegade guardsmen during a mutiny and were beaten half to death. I would say taking a hit to fealty persuasion is probably fine. Because, I mean, I get a bonus to fealty in general. But ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus. Okay, so it doesn't affect the like skill checks. So I'm still gonna want bonuses to fealty. do like the idea of being able to use my intelligence for stuff, so I'm not really fully sure what all intelligence will encompass. Lore, tech use skills. Perception characteristic. I'm guessing intelligence also affects perception. Ability to use or repair complex mechanical items. A high tech use value enables a character to even be able to fathom the workings of unknown technical artifact. Can also be used to open doors and containers and cogators. Medicaid. Assist with healing old injuries before they would turn into traumas. Logic. I'm gonna be a logical commissar. You know what logic I'm gonna bring to the battlefield? If you kill it first, it won't kill you. Now kill it! Kill it, Shung. Kill it with fire. It's just as flammable as you are. Don't be shy. You just like a little chaos and nothing, cause chaos faster and a little fire, boom. Which one was the fealty bonus? Two times fealty bonus momentum. Summary execution. I don't know, to some extent I like the idea of using the intelligence for fealty, but I feel like that would probably fit a noble more. Can't kill me if it's already dead. Noted. Exactly, Burnty. Good job. You're excited to slaughter enemies with weaknesses and burning them to ashes. I haven't looked into this game too much, so I don't really know what I'm going to be getting into, so we'll find out. Resolve. Allies can resolve. Okay, so if I'm standing next to an enemy with that perk, my momentum goes up much more faster. Burn the witches, purge the heretic. Alright, well I probably don't want the persuasion. But I also probably don't want -5 athletics. I'm already -5 strength. There's many characteristics. See, I mean, the idea of using int for fellowship bonuses on some modifiers is cool and all, but if I want to be doing actual fellowship stuff, yeah, I probably want to change my origin. Homicide. Or homeworld, rather. As good as stacking up next to each other sounds for bonuses, it also sounds like a potential problem. It wouldn't be a problem for regimental tactics, because it sounds like you want to do that with that, but... all you did was a few combos and a couple battles apart. You'll start tomorrow for sure. Fair enough. What are you up to, by the way, Bernty? You doing some, falling out? Falling out? Fallout? You calling out the Fallout part, do you? I mean, I guess Imperial World isn't really that bad. Like, just plus 10 to any characteristic. But it's a save. An Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or effect. An ally with such an ability, the resolve is increased by... I'm guessing I'm gonna have some of those if I'm going for a commissary type build. Yell at people, so I'll get them increased resolve. Comfy Telerim, how are you doing, Telerim? You still gaming? I do like the idea of never stop shooting though. The minus fellowship is probably not the greatest, but I could probably pick up the -5 perception. That'd cancel out. Hmm. Playing Against the Storm. I need to look into that. I heard about it. I was like, huh, sounds interesting. I need to look into this more. But I have not gotten in, I have not looked into it enough. So the following features will be available after Origin Advancement means you'll be able to get these talents, correct? Because this says feature, and that's in the same section. But this is in the section even for something that doesn't have a feature, so... I'm guessing... these are things you could pick up later if you wanted. Alright. Imperial World. Talon and Strong, very cool. Very puggies. I don't know how important these stats are going to be.
Macro cannons, open fire.
I mean, seems kind of like it almost, Fanfi, but I don't really fully know. And if I go Fellowship, my darkest hour can probably be Persuasion. I feel like intelligence is going to be important to some extent. Though I don't want to really get rid of my Persuasion. Perception. So I'll just use this to cancel out the Perception. Or we could just go Strength, or minus Strength. Logic. Logic. Brand of Shame. Perceptive. Right. Archetype. Oh. Exemplar. Eventually. Your survival in the grim darkness of far future is no easy task to survive in it. Next to impossible one. But some manage to go beyond and become exemplars. Not only do the exemplars possess extraordinary knowledge in their given archetypes, but they have also reached the pinnacle of mastery, transcending what is thought to be possible. Alright, so you have a core archetype that leads into other archetypes that expand. Warriors and combatants that boost exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amount of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended ally. Keystone feature. Charge. Officer. Bring it down. The officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with action points equal to 2 and no movement points. The ally is under an effective voice of command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn. The ally grants a 1 time additional 2 times officer's spell bonus momentum. Oh, so that stacks with a... No? At all costs. I mean, it makes sense to be an officer as a commissar. It'd be silly to be anything else as a commissar. But also, it seems possible. The same people who made the Pathfinder game? Oh. Operative. An operative uses intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in the enemy's defense. None can withstand an attack from an operative or focus. Precise single attacks, defense penetration, area debuffs, and constant parrying positions. Analyze enemies. One enemy creature within 20 cell radius, cooldown 1 round. Operative targets one enemy within 10 cells of the operative. That target immediately gains 1 int bonus divided by 2 exploits. If an operative hits a target with exploit stacks, the attacks deal +5 +5 times perception bonus more damage, so damage is also increased by 10% for the exploit on the target. And the attack removes all exploits from the target. Okay, so an operative Commissar could possibly work. Because if you target an enemy, you'll and you put exploit on it. Hello, Forth. By the way, for this, the in-depthness of character creation. I've been on character creator for an hour now. I've been looking at the character creator stuff for an hour now. A soldier is a master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand ready to rain fire on an enemy. Although well trained in a highly diverse range of arms, the soldier is particularly robust and proficient at blasting their targets with burst fire and area weapons. Core focus, movement, and range attacks, cover and dodge, burst fire area attacks. A run and gun. Soldier immediately removes the wounded effect until the end of combat. The soldier gains the following bonus: 10 plus 6 kill. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills the enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. Interesting. It is quite a time. Voice of command. Officer forces an ally to fully push themselves, increasing the characteristics by 5 plus 2 times officer's fealty bonus for 1 round. Additionally, all the officer's abilities can be applied to voice of command from any distance. Oh, interesting. Character who becomes a target of voice of command cannot be targeted by this ability again for the next 2 rounds. Or you, shoot that thing. Do it now. Minus hour, one friendly creature in limited range. Officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During an extra turn, there is no attack limit. Officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, no attack limit until the end of combat. Officer's fellowship is halved. Alright, let me look at this again. Huh. turn. And I can go into those settings. Vanguard. Unyielding Beacon. For each attack against the Vanguard, grants them 1 stack of Unyielding Beacon. Available abilities, talents. What was Vanguard, are you? A master tactician. Best advantage. Powers their next attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of tactile advantage the Master Tactician has and loses half of them stacks. The Master Tactician gains 1 stack of a tactical advantage for every 5 momentum gained by the Master Tactician or their allies. Huh. Ashenville? I'm sure that's fun with all the horde about. Last volley. Desperate measure. All creatures within the area of effect within 12 cell radius. The Master Tactician selects a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a line of sight to any enemies inside the selected zone make an immediate single attack against a random enemy within the zone that they can target with their weapons. Until the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn, all allies that attacked as part of the last volley suffer a -20 penalty to their ballistic skills and weapon skills, while the Master Tactician's fellowship is reduced by 40. Oof. These desperate measures really sound gnarly. Orchestrated Firestorm. Same thing but without the penalties. And what's Grand Strategist offer? Combat Tactics. The Grand Strategist analyzes the battlefield and can create specific areas, providing bonuses to all allies, including the Grand Strategist. Frontline, backline, and mirror in the first turn. In the first turn, all 3 areas can be created. In the following turn, only one of them can be created. All areas can be moved with corresponding abilities. You cannot overlap. If there are 2 or more Grand Strategists in the party, the combat tactics areas are common for all Grand Strategists, and the highest intelligent bonus and fellowship bonus all the Grand Strategist is used. There cannot be more than 1 frontline backline area on the battlefield. Regardless of the abilities used, the Grand Strategist always acts first in combat. Huh. He can hold. The Grand Strategist chooses 1 combat tactic area. Every ally inside that area gains an additional turn with 1 AP and 2 MP. The start of the Grand Strategist's next turn. For any enemy that was killed in the selected combat tactic area, the additional AP is increased by 1, up to a maximum of 3. Huh. Grand Strategist MP are reduced to 1 until the end of combat. Oh wow. Can only move 1. It's interesting that you can play the battlefield like that. Arc Militant. Assassin. Alright, well, officer it is. Alright, available points 30. Boy, oh boy. Oh, everything moves at 5 at a time. And the modifier is 5. Kinda want my intelligence to be decent. Ballistics. Oh wait,
Keep your wits about you.
that's right, I don't really have any pluses or negatives. My feature is that I have a plus 10 to whatever. Interesting. I also don't mind Voidborn though, because I only wanted this for the fortune, didn't I? That puts me at, what am I currently at? -5 strength. What is a regular strength though?
Keep your wits about you.
Intelligence and willpower. That puts my athletics way down at a 25. And not be very maneuverable. My perception looking like that. Awareness 25. Really? I honestly have no idea, Clogman. I'm just starting the game out myself, so could not tell you, unfortunately. Is literally the only thing affected by strength athletics? Huh. But at a 25 strength, athletics is still 30? Oh, because of Commissar gets some athletics, I guess. Perception. The only thing in perception is awareness, so having that negative kind of sucks. I guess I'll go with that, so we can just push it on fealty. My persuasion will be super high, at least comparatively. $45 the max? Oh, I can only put 2 in any given category at this time. I see. Oh, you know. I'm gonna go up to 30 to normalize that out. And I'm curious how important lore and logic is. But so that puts me at a 35 athletics, which is above average. I'm not sure if I should get ballistic skills though. I'm unsure if this ability, next single shot or single melee attack applies. That'd be awkward if it, I doubt it will. See, what I'm worried about is if I miss. If I'm going to get a, if it won't apply. I feel like perception's important, but at the same time, if I had someone who's under my command who has better perception, there's no sense in me necessarily having it unless it rolls separately per character. Going alright today. How about yourself, Vivid Identity? Vivid Identity? Willpower. That is boosted by just being Voidborn. Alright. Void ship. Sword class frigate. Sword class frigate is a classic combat ship design proven in thousands of battles. Oh, I just have a ship assigned to me, huh? Combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. The von Valakias flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the von Valakias dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. The weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Cronus Expanse. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. How does Moon cut his hair? You eclipse it? Trying to think of a moon pun. Can't really think of one. It hasn't dawned on me. Numerous von Valnicus rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Valnikias dynasty. Firestorm class frigate. Firestorm class frigate is a modification of the Sword class designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagements with superior opponents. Right, so this is just a... What's the difference? Estimated number of souls. Got it. Thanks for the hydrate. Hydration achieved. We wouldn't want my hydration to wane, would we? Alright. Let's go with the fire class, I guess. I'll call it the... I don't know. I'll just leave it. Next. Oh, okay. Burnty class. Burnty clad. Alright. And there I am. Politely, a rogue trader officer. Formerly a commissar of the Abstram Militarum. -5 to persuasion bugs me. We're taking Shadows of Torment. That puts me at exactly 30. Hello, Jarrett. What's up, Marshall? Alright. Time to see what this game is all about. It only took me an hour and a half to finish creating my character. He literally spent 4 hours in this character creator because he couldn't decide what to do. I just spent an hour and a half. I just spent an hour and a half. Ah, there I am.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Like you could up the sound a little here. It said something, but I don't remember. Or rather, to get to the sound settings. It's a lot of options. Have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself.
Properly.
Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I
Rogue
haven't had the
traders.
pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Yeah, I did. It's just it got rid of the tutorial message, so I couldn't read it. A subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title, a rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Divisional Commissar of Officio Prefecture, politely Xanathar.
My regards, Commissar. Finding you was a difficult task given your parents' fate and your upbringing in the Schola Progenium. Truly, our meeting is an act of providence, is it not?
Scholar Progenium, division of Excellency, responsible for the upbringing, education, and training of orphans of those officers and nobles who have died in the service of the Imperium.
I will be frank with you. You may forget
Is a volume
your past
to the
idols,
music?
no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are.
Is what he's saying okay to the sound of the music, Jared, or should I turn down the music, or should I turn up the voice?
You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Then I can turn the volume or the music a little down. You say I'm one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there's another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
It's okay now, we'll see later when the in-game stuff kicks in. Lord Captain, a strange title for Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service. And therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before.
Well, thank you for
they
testing
are
it, Jarrett.
henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your
The more we
fate.
know. Commissar to rogue trader. It's quite a promotion, isn't it? You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities.
Jared, the crime lord?
And exploit.
How scandalous,
of
Marshal.
others.
How scandalous, Marshal. Tell me about the one whose own ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse.
You just like the plans
Lady
going
Theodora
in.
despises both qualities.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course,
Right.
I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
How kind and considerate of him.
The Lord's Captain and Master Ethelthred von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
By the right of blood, rogue trader von Valencius. Oh, follow Kanad. Camera controls, got it. Rogue trader Theodora von Valencius desires to personally meet with the person who recently brought aboard her flagship. A storm is brewing over the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir if she ever gets a chance. Rumors. Contracts. More character page it is. Puritan, fanatic. Heretical, dogmatic. Iconoclast. Interesting. Grim determination. Resource prevention. Huh. Which way do we go? I know which way Zhong's going. I know which way Zhong's going. None of us even have to ask which way Zhong's going. My question would be, which way would James go? Profit factor. Biography. The biography of Politely, Commissar Politely von whatever the name of the lady is. Inventory. Stub revolver. Oh, like me a revolver. I've got myself a revolver in Darktide. So this is just my base outfit. Oh, color scheme. It's like me, it's red.
Let us not dawdle.
Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in special ways. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to neighboring locations, or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click on the icon to perform associated actions. Some interaction objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold tab to highlight objects your characters can interact with. Interact with the people. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. sacred mechanism has been interfaced with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds amongst the numbers and largest star symbols.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The realist of wood. Hello, philosopher. How are you doing? Where's your Minotaur? Minotaur? So thanks for the hydrate. Hydration to feel.
Keep your wits about
Hydration to
you.
feel. Lay people interfering in the operation of sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirit. In the name of the Omnissiah, refrain from any further profane act. Glory to the Omnissiah, giver of knowledge. I've heard this Seneschal gave the senior officers another public dressing down recently. I don't know what it was for this time, but Orisarian would latch onto any slip-up as an excuse to give someone an earful. That was an earful. Deck Enforcer. Hit new meta that all the people on Twitch are doing. Huh. The crew member is hard at work, bowing his head in fear and avoiding even looking at you. If I see you raise a head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servination.
I always keep my options open.
I heard the Seneschal gave the senior officers another... Oh. Said the same thing as the other dude. Have you heard? Apparently the lower decks got a big influx of new blood after the last on-world resupply. There's some pestilence spreading to the crew, and that's why we had to make up with all the shortfall. Last time it was blue leprosy that pulled our rings. Blue leprosy. That warp jump was surprisingly uneventful. The one of a couple cycles ago now, that was tough. The delay room took a hold of so many, and the witch was up to her own tricks again. I guess that some of these guys have the same dialogue. How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already? You hear the stuttering words of prayer to the god
Is there
Emperor.
money to be made?
May his will strengthen my heart. May my humble deeds be for the benefit of humanity. No, you Zane. Time for the Poggy Jays to sleep. Rest well. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Second Laws of Imperium. There's a lot going on here.
Let us not dawdle.
Aviator. As you approach something in this aviator's body begins to hum, as if in response to your presence. After a couple of seconds, the noise
Rise to
subsides.
the top, or get left in the dust.
In we go.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Fancy stuff. I'd say they're pretty well standing if they have a trophy room.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Stand up, fight you lot. Stop now. Not one step back or I'll shoot you myself.
To arms!
You've been ambushed, the battle begins. To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you'll have to face enemies of all kinds and fight your way your life. Fight for your life. The hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of 40k Rogue Trader. Righto, crew officer, me, the best officer, Canard, and a functioning servitor. You're gonna have to shoot him better than that. Alright, quit falling over. It's not nap time. Movement in combat. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click the left mouse button on it to move. Movement points determine how far a character can move on a turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to the maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. No you, Horleen. No you. Now go in there. Kill it, Horleen. Kill it. That's my decree. Alright.
Who, if not me?
Other actions and ending turn. When you're ready to end your turn, press space or click the end turn button. Going in with the axe now? Lovely. There's a good chance I just kill the crew officer if I hit them. How much damage did I get? 7 to 11. Dodged. Your character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip the character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. For example, marksmanship, learn talents that increase the perception and ballistics skills characteristics. Right. Well, do they have the effect now? It does look like he has the effect now. These guys didn't get it though.
I
Push yourself
refuse.
now.
It's as good as done.
Push yourself now, because I know I'm not. I guess I cannot move. Did I act in? Do I have to move before acting? Guess so. I like how my first action in combat was to attempt to shoot the guy right next to me. I'm like, oi, you, get him. Thanks for the posture check, Johnny, and the hydrate. How are you today? Same to you, Harleen. Hydration achieved.
I won't compromise my principles. I don't need luck. I have strategy.
To make attacks and abilities in combat, the character must spend action points. The total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icon of the attack action and other abilities indicates the AP cost. At the start of each character's turn, their APs are restored to the maximum value. To attack, first click the left mouse button on the single shot icon in the weapon panel on the bottom. The amount of damage your character deals depends on parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and the enemy. When the target an enemy with a single shot, you'll see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn, unless affected by specific talents or other abilities the character might have. Character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose the remaining movement points until the start of a turn. Ah, so using an attack action prevents you from moving again. Oh, you get him. That's a command.
I'll make it happen.
Miss. Good job. It's one less thing I have to deal with, but you're dead now. You're just gonna keep analyzing it? How useless. I'll finish it myself. That's what they get for sending too close to a vampire.
Poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Where were you lot before?
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally.
That's what you get for sending too close to a vampire? Exactly.
Difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Alright, now open the map to orient yourself. Oh, I can control myself on the map too. And do that.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The Lehman Rest battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortex Chiton. It's a mighty nice looking Lehman Rest.
I always have a backup plan.
Tarantula sentry gun, constructed with blessing of Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construction in the manufacturers of Giva Gamma. How you doing, Ozpin? The wires in the Serviator's head are still smoldering. It would seem this is caused of the malfunction was a short circuit of the motive force. A volatile alloy, or a violet alloy, which upon closer examination turned out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with primitive tools are visible on the surface. Any of you guys know what that is? I don't. Hello, Sumra. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A massive golden amalgam, interspread with sparkling particles.
I always keep my options open.
Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. Strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted a sign that it has been underwater. Here, raise your head again. I'll hand you over to the priest. Yep.
Keep your wits about you.
A gray-green crystal with a white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. I'm guessing those are a bunch of things that I know in the universe, but I didn't know them.
Let us not dawdle.
There's another Serviator. I think they'd push the Serviator somewhere else, given what just happened. The Grand Voiced Temple occupies an entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens. Fancy. No initiative, no independent thoughts, only the omniscience commandments and adherence to protocol.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The lifts carrying people around the decks move with a loud grinding noise. Elevators! Elevator, elevator, take me places. Elevator, elevator, take me places. I beg your pardon, your ladyship, after the incident with the serrator, the passage is closed to everyone until the Archmilitant says otherwise.
I always have a backup plan.
Servants. Oh. This one isn't voiced. Hello, Thad. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in particular garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by synth skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economical suicide, practically an admission of heresy. The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation, no worse than my essential could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion V. Althad? I'm sure Bernty would attempt. I'm glad to hear you're doing well, husband. Similarly. Your first impression of Elthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of a parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tick, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that have taken over his physical form. In stark contrast, Theodora von Valenkia's features appeared as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Elthrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and barbarics containing all manner of weapons. Baldricks. Man's quite armed, I guess. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look over at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you. Her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Politely approach and give me your answer. Passive skill test. Your characteristic skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogue automatically initiates passive skill test. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or hidden dialogue option will be unlocked. If your character is traveling with allies, the party members with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive check. Consider this hypothetical situation. INV-1, a new world on the fringes of Coronus Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metaphoric rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do in this with this poisoned treasure? Laura Xeno succeeded, Laura's warp succeeded. The spirits could well be natives named for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Ion VI is... The one being after ticks down, right? So it's 4? Or is it the other way around in 6? I always forget. Ion 4 engages in Xeno worship. There are ways to confirm whether that is happening on Ion 4 is witchcraft or not. It might cost you several psychers to do so, but it will give us an answer. An investigation versus a guaranteed with the cost of lives. I'm a former commissar. I would continue sending in more people, one crew after another, until someone succeeds in their service to the humanity and conquest of INB, or 4. Reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interest first. No matter what that means, I would have to use it. The riches of Ion 4 would be mine. Ion 4 must be purged for good of the Imperium. I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. What a warp. Theodora smirks. Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years, yet you speak of several. Edelthod looks at you with the warmth of a snake. Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne, or do you politely suggest that we use heretics who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It'd be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in presence of his faithful servants. I kinda want to see if we can go back to the other options. Is there a way to load? The autosave right here. I didn't get to save for the conversation. I guess psychers are kind of valuable, aren't they? Didn't quite think about that one.
I always keep my options open.
Okay, so Fi does save, but you can't do it in dialogue.
Is there money to be made?
Xenos? Theodora arches a brow. Reasonable and prudent, however, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor. Edelthad scoffs. Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad of horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. Suspect that you, politely, are simply unaware of their existence. Shut your mouth. I gave a straight, simple answer to a simple question, which as I understand it was still more than you could do, Ethelthad. The color drains from Ethelthad's face, which distorts its features further. Insolent, ignorant, upstart, how dare you? Ethelthad, Theodore's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on the ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Edelthad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves, and then she turns to you. So politely, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? Theodore scoffs. You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's services. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lick-splittery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came to you, the terms of your existence changed. Okay, this F5 reload. I'm curious. Learning more and more about these games. Or about this game. Never quite got into Pathfinder. The Pathfinder games because they had issues running on my computer for whatever reason. Maximum hit chance is always 95%. All hit chance above 95% is converted to critical hit chance. Huh. I'm here to speak with the Lord Captain. What is this? Edelgard turns to you and regards you with indignation. This is someone from your routine, Theodore. Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversation in such fashion? I'm sure you do, Brinty. I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it is worth it. Theodora tilts her head, her lips stretch into a cold smile. This is politely the second candidate for the title of my successor. The rogue trader regards you with a look that is imperious, predatory, and impressive. Step forward politely. Interesting. Boystocker, thank you for the 31 months, my guy. 2 coins, 2 coins. I can't believe you keep subscribing to me, Firestalker. Why would you do such a thing? That's crazy. It's crazy. There are questions that I wish to have answered. You were direct, I approve, but you will have to wait. There's something I want you to understand first. My name is Theodora von Valenicus Massimo Afscaris. Theodora von Valenicus Massimo Afscaris. That is quite the name you got there, ma'am. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bode death and ruin us all. Yuri, your random word is temporary. I'm not cute, you're cute. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find... By the way, is there anyone here who's really big into Warhammer lore who might be able to answer questions as I have them? Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, politely, are one of those with the von Valenicus blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. Brinty, why you despair? Why you just dead? No dead. Ready to take on the sacred purpose. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have you not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the highest honor of becoming the bearer of the warrant of trade. You definitely know very little exposure to Warhammer's like lore videos when you try to fall asleep in Dawn of War 1. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain then, for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsible can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Colonel Voigstveer served me for many years before he made his mistake. Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you. His kinship to me is most distant, is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name of von Valenicus, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voigtveer's performance in his current role is satisfactory, or it used to be at least. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask questions now? The fox asphyxiated to Theodora's attire suddenly comes alive. But all he can do is hear unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. You're useless? No, you aren't, Brenty. It's nice to have you here, Brenty. I have some time before Navigator gives me the signal to initiate the voyage ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some Soviets went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during their maintenance, or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Giller field. Or perhaps there is something to all these stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodora laughs nonchalantly. The grey-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about the uneducated riffraff? Enough, Albert. Such heresy amuses me, or hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. The ship is 1,000 years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters, dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who live. Where's your ship headed? The Rykid system, the domain of the rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Cronus Expanse, and each of them possess resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valenicus in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. Set course for Rykid on demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look and then shrugs. For very specific reasons, perhaps I shall yet apprise you of your purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. What is my current responsibility? Observe, learn, absorb. It'll take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to Theodora. Vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Voxcast, and nods and draws her weapon. Disturbance is reported on the adjacent decks. Essential. If the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you anticipated. Thanks for the horror, Ozpin. Your random word is impeccable. Like, the timing of this situation is impeccable.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Yeah, hydration achieved though. Initiative. All combat acts and turns, and their order is determined by the initiative. Roll the order. The order of turns is displayed on the left-hand side of the screen, bottom to top. The characters at the very top, at the very bottom go first, then the one above them, and so on. Well, that has many people going before I do, and even Theodora. Oh wait, is it bottom to top? They said bottom to top, didn't they? Ah, she's like me. She can tell people to kill them.
I took care of this one.
Ooh, spicy.
A mere pain won't stop me.
Cover. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind is marked with a shield or a shield with a skull when standing close to them. The character will automatically take up an advantageous position in this case. Chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind it increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side, nor not protected by the current cover. Makes sense to me. Now, what if I were just
On it.
shoot at Theodora here?
I won't stand for it. I refuse. I won't compromise my principles.
Now she is affected by at all costs. 1 AP and 3 MP to the next round. She can do more,
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
but I can't tell anyone else anything to do. That's kinda lame. But I guess I am a little outstationed here, aren't I? Oh. Hello, Anna. I hope you're doing better. What's Olspin up to? Ooh.
Reduced to dust.
Ooh, Venti. Mrs. Oliver. I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Anna. Bante, murder them all. Murder them all, Bante. All the heretics must die, Bante. That is not up for negotiation. Playing some predecessor and listening to a kitty named Burnt You? Because surely you couldn't be listening to me. All I did that combat was shoot Theodora. Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mark, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single Horson survive. You'd think she'd be like shooting at her would cause like some sort of other state. Just casually shoot at her and say, hey, do better or I'll shoot you again. The rogue trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when the scum burst onto deck, hmm? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of the warp travel. She looks at Vox in her hand. The Vox in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless statics. The incident with rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now. Possibly. Quite likely. Theodore winches and flicks the switch on her Vox a few times. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What is happening? Anna just wants to hang. And Bridget just wants to be cute. Thanks for the hydration. From what we have seen politely, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. The Essential is an astonishingly calm for someone who just survived the sudden attack. Such episodes are not uncommon amongst voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto the other decks. Theodora clicks her box a few times. The casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. We'll need a direct channel to the Engineer Prime before I can get a sense of what we're up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it'll be some time before we no longer need them. Orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if Arc Militant requires aid, and be quick about it. Whatever then. Oh, that's an elevator, I guess.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Combat. I'm about to get involved in combat. Oh. I see.
Always keep your eye on the prize. It's as good as done. Let us not dawdle.
Lasgun firing dudes. This guy is decked out. He is a weapon, it would seem. Conrad Vardiger. Conrad lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Thank Providence you're alive and well. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the firing's end. Could have set your chrono by it. Conrad pointedly looks away from the Arc Militant to you. Mort, pull yourself together. The Arc Militant looks behind you, or back at you. What did Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We are all done here, all right away. Mort pulls his Vox from the boat and hurriedly reports the situation. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my Arc Militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gillerfield failures. Our communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Vox casters from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. Voigdiver prazes. The madmen have already reached the officer's deck, suggests that this outage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle deck. Perhaps we might stop this wave from spreading. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both of those things at once. Her expression changes and her eyes flash ominously. Theodora looks at VTuber. Elothrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard my ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than the whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. Tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movement is that he arrived at transitional deck 18. The man just left our conversation like 5 minutes ago. Madoka kawaii, how is Maruka doing? Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Edelthwad immediately. Fenshel, locate Lass and the Sister of Battle. Sister of Battle? Ooh, both are to remain at my side. Arc Militant with me. I must go to the study, and it appears that we may encounter heretics along the way. Politely, Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. I may, Lord Captain. Vorktiver's voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthod back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Arc Militant, and taking into consideration Elthod's psychic powers. Then it's settled. Politely, find Edelthod and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator, he points at the massive doors, leads to the strict compartments such as my personal chambers in the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? Hear and obey, Lord Captain. Theodora waves a hand impatiently, then move out. Mort, come. I just need Bunsey at my side as a guardsman. Guardsman Bunsey protecting the vampire commissar. Vorktiver gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you don't even have the proper gear. I have a proposition. Since I'm the more important person here, you can go in front of me and shield me from potential threats. I shall make you lead the way. Of course he will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never house someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs, but that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen. You're consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. I promise you special destiny politely. It is time to fulfill it. Go figure. Guy who will never be her heir wants to take over. Who would have thought?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of a dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it? Inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to
Valencius.
me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my masters sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
I have no intentions of helping you.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
To the void with you. Skill tests and dialogues. One of the available dialogue options require making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option. The consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequence will only become apparent later. Hover over the cursor of the dialogue option that requires a skill test, you'll see a tooltip depending on your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score will be selected. The blade flashes in a dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more, sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thought, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voices in your head. Get out. I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence pressing you onto your feet and making you take a step forward, the gates looming in the center of the chamber. In a gateway arc, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a Serviator, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up from two ember-like irises. Examine the voice. Success. 20 experience. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eyes is the strange alloy that was used as a material for the machine's components. Some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. A Serviator on the gate begins to move. With a screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The Serviator's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. The whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voice that filled your head after Voigtiver wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, the source has coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your memory, or mind. examine the sentinel. Servadia looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering and stitched together with copper thread. It has a metal hinges in place of standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. You look around in the hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition, nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry. Did you forget something?
Looking back. You're not very hurrying.
Did you...
The sentinel's jaw clamps around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servator's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against a gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend that none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Crackling like static, it is the sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word of it. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
Yes, sentinels. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warrant. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem that entity coiled into your consciousness does not have the ability to do any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Ooh? What are those guys with those little guns gonna do?
Well, there is still another way.
Check the warrant chamber. This guy sneak in the warrant chamber somehow? Well, that was neat.
I always have a backup plan.
He's holding the warrant. That's a big paper. That's a big paper. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable.
Is there money to be made?
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I anoint something, the paragon of humanity unbroken by adversaries, to walk bravely into the darkness, or triumph over the nightmares untold, to hold boldly in the reins of fate, to walk steadily in the roads of thorns, to pain to greatness. That went by a little fast there.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the one sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Kitty duck, kitty bed, kitty lurk, kitty walk. place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Vlalicus, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond doubt. Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator Centum. I'm trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head to...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Enjoying the map deck. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen, indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that a new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking the left mouse button. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on a journey. Quest tabs tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests you have accepted and the current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The rumors and contract section also contains important information you'll learn about more later.
Keep your wits about you.
Right, I guess I'm following this. Showing weakness before his enemies is heresy. Hold injury, 1 stack. Be healed with a medikit but requires passing Medicaid skill tree. Guessing it's gonna tell me about that in all these course time.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
There's something I should be doing right now. The thing came out of the room. Oh.
Mistress? What? Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Central Albertid Werfsbeeren has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating and one of his sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nevertheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm and gazes in demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. Conrad Vertiger is a traitor. When we parted ways in the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of the plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor.
Squiggles! Have you come to help me purge the heretics?
And, Mistress, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voigtveer openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive and now safe, Mistress. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a
Squiggles and Benty. They're joining my guardsman regiment. Warm the commas are.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Step revolver, sword, armored body glove, and medkit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by a Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on difficulty of the game you chose. Injuries reduce a character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medkit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed with a medkit, but they require the character to administer the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use medkits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with medikits. Medikits can only be used by a character who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skill advancements at least once. Whenever a character uses a medkit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal your character's injury. Click left mount button on Abelard's portrait. Select the medkit on the personal plane on the bottom left screen and use it on your character. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer treatment. Weapons. I don't have any of the skills, I guess. The character wearing this armor will dodge 35% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. Specifically this chapter, huh? This armor reduces the incoming damage of average enemy attacks in this chapter by 10%. This is just the start of game help. Alright, very typical of a commissar. Sword and pistol.
I am at your service. This wound will make a fine. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Is that the cutest seahorse? What's up, seahorse? How are you doing? A ward seahorse appears. Now we have to battle tunes. Dun 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 dun.
The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
The plot thickens. How'd you find me?
you sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
Hello, Mando Keatons. What's up, my boy?
The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
I am the true bloodline of this, apparently. I had one of Theodora's Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago.
How's Seahorse doing? How's Mondo doing?
In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Glad to hear, Seahorse. Glad to hear. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well.
Because this guy was an admiral?
Could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was
Or a
struck down
Navy
by
officer
warp
or whatever?
drives and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Albert is not about an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. For the Imperium of Humanity, lead the way.
Come.
I hope your studying's going okay, GP. You
The
know.
Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
I'll bleed you dry.
Combat begins with tactical phase, during which the character cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take advantageous positions. Select characters by clicking on their portrait at the top of the screen. Click the cell you want the character to move to. Red cells are inaccessible to the character during tactical phase. Each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement speed, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Alright then, good Albert. We're gonna mess him up. Good. The goodly fight on the hands that we're about to have. Abandoned reason, no anymore. Abelard's ability. The new companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee combat, drawing on the enemy's attacks. Charge's unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Click on the ability icon to choose the direction to charge in. If an enemy is in the direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterwards if he has not used it this turn. Note that charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target. The character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy. To make a melee attack, click the left mouse button on the strike ability, then on the enemy you wish to attack. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need to roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if you're using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make an area attack. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test, or a parry test if they are armed with a melee weapon. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's perimeters and attack strength score. Alright, then. Brace for impact. Getting charged.
It will be done.
Opportunity attack.
Reduced to dust.
Friendly fire. Be careful. Companions can get hurt by burst shots or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on trajectory of shots and the area effect. Okay, so charge used up all my movement. Off to a awkward start. Already finding out abilities done to an extent. Is there a way I can see their distance?
Taking calculated risk is my second nature. I refuse. I won't compromise my principles. Who, if not me?
Voice of command on Albard.
I'll make it happen. On it. You never stood a chance.
Ew, double kill. Let's go. Wait, do I have an injury? I thought I already healed that injury. I may have got hecked over.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
That was after combat. That'd be a lot of weak talking. Lack of opportunity. Sounds about right.
Indeed. One fewer target.
Destroyed. Critical hit. Deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Each weapon has its own critical damage stat, which is added to the character's total stat value during an attack.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh, I missed. It does look that means it didn't mark him.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Strike.
At your beck and call. I'd rather not. Someone else can do this.
Who, if not another
Stab.
enemy down?
You advance the level of your character and companions, prevailing in battles, exploring the Cronus Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbols on your character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your character new progression options, which includes abilities, talents, skills, improvements, and other enhancement effects. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character, even if they're not included in the active party during your journeys. You can always increase their level later.
We are the spearhead
For starters,
of the Imperium.
can you heal this wound
I'll
on
make
me?
sure to return the favor one day.
Why do I
Miscalculations
still
of the
not?
commoner.
Why do I still have this old
I
loot?
don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
I think I got hacked over. Abandoned reason, only no more. Trying to find a suitable source of the thesis. You got this. You got this, GP. Which means I'm going through a whole bunch of stuff again. I guess the autosaves aren't as frequent as you'd think they would be for this part. The whole tutorial thing was telling me how to get rid of one, so you figured it would have gotten rid of it. Mazed.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Now we're here again. I'm gonna betray me again. Yep. I once again, hit.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our get. You must. We are in the ante. Why? On the. I am afraid.
Up we go again. Check. Succeed. Continue. Examine. Lisa, look back. Get your hand.
High level.
Resist. Continue. Point.
Request.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright. The great mission.
Escort the child of the house to safety. Mobile unit of the communication protocol. Mid.
Now we have to seal the chamber.
Mistress? What?
See, it says, while fighting when character is injured, once they ran suppressed injury, old injuries can be healed with a medkit, but they require character admission and treatment to passive medicate. Use medikit to restore wounds, I'll lose medkits.
Look no further. This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you a debt.
See? Oh, it's still there?
Let me help.
I won't forget this.
Do I have... Why isn't the old wound going away? I would very much like to not have open wounds if I shouldn't have them.
I will lead us.
I'm at your service. This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you a debt.
Oh, it failed.
Let's patch you up.
I won't forget this.
I see. I feel like the whole point of the tutorial is to succeed, so... Why stick you with an old wound right out the gate? Or keep you with an old wound right out the gate?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on...
I owe you a debt.
Let me help.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Come on. I don't want to waste a medikit. Wouldn't want to waste a medkit. Right, GP. Right, Penty. Right, Squiggles.
We are the spearhead of the Empire.
I owe you a debt.
Let's patch you up.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Oh my gosh, what is his chance on this? It said 81% chance. RNG is just not wanting to be on my side right now with that, I guess.
I have a nose for profit.
Your seneschal is always there.
I owe you a debt.
There we go. Alright. Now I save. Maybe we save.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Look no further.
Is there money to be made?
Right.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh yeah, I have to equip the weapon. Do it.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared. The look, but
Let's
that
do this
is not
again.
the worst of it. I concur that under ordinary circumstances, interrupting the navigator's solitude would be Lady Theodorus. Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. Cut. The look.
Your demise is already
Miscreants.
calculated.
Show them no mercy.
Miscreants, all of them.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust. I will do my duty.
There's my one gun range.
I am ready for whatever comes. I'll see to it personally.
$13. Oh, I missed. He is marked now, though. I didn't have last time I missed. Oh, shot his own guy. Heyo, parry. The plus 13 probably really helps with that.
I'm not interested.
One fewer target.
That's not the Seneschal's job. Someone else can do this. Indeed.
Because he's my command thingy, he has an extra turn. He has -4. Not sure what that really means. Maybe next movement, less movement next round.
I'll make it happen.
He shot me with a laser bolt. I'm excited. He shot me with a laser bolt, he did.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Charge.
I know how to take risks.
One ring's available. So I just toss the rank into this. And it goes up every... Okay, I choose a skill. Taunt to manipulate other people to intimidation and reach their desired goals via threats and pressure. What is my current skill value? 10. Persuasion is 5. Oh, excuse me. Persuasion. Coming zone. More persuasion could be good, I guess. What makes available? Oh, I can change it? Or... oh, I had to complete it. Okay. I'm a persuasive officer that I am. I mean, you gotta be pretty persuasive if you're trying to tell people to go into the line of fire, right? Electric woogie woogie. Hello, Fatal the Baptist, how are you today? Seems he's trained in Medicaid. Let's go with the Caruso. Collecting loot. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies amongst them. Items on the right side of the trophy collection window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your character. Items on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by double-clicking on them or dragging them over. Alternatively, you can use buttons at the bottom to mass transfer all items to cargo. The last pistol. The only thing it has going is more max ammo. Dodge reduction. That's recoil. Effective against enemies in cover and targets with high dodge. I see. Sword. Primitive swords. Guess we don't really need those. Let's just transfer those to the ship. Why do they have so many swords?
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, it gathered up all the swords from the enemies, I think. All 6 enemy swords. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. Just woke up. Well, good morning. I am playing a commissar, an officer of the Imperium. Zone map. Here's a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not available yet, but over time your character will be able to access them. Click on the active part of the void ship to move there. This isn't my ship. It didn't have a specific planet origin, but I'm a voidborn. I was born on a ship or a space station or something, potentially.
The navigator's sector is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
And so she will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Okay, good on you, lady.
Mistress, watch your head.
Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
In the name of the goated emperor. Hello, Melon, how are you?
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
About to sleep? Well, I hope you rest well, Melon.
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the
Thanks to the
waves
hard
of
hit in the posture check,
immaterium,
Boardman.
fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Yes. I guess this one's not voiced. You hear a few clicks from the relays on the service call, which has followed you all the way here, and Theodore has scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with weapons in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
The wounds of my heart. You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she is referring to the nightmares that torture... The tortures inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily as if steeling themselves against one more inevitable pain. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt.
Run!
After the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What do you call a man pouring water in a bottle? Will Trap singing. Hello, Rug. How are you doing? It's always good to see you.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail.
Boardman, your random word is...
nightmares, cackling
malignant.
among the
Malignant.
hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must indeed.
Oh, no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're
She
not
talks a
going to
lot.
stand
She has a
here
lot of
and take
words.
it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Andrea has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, click on the portrait. To select multiple characters, hold the mouse button, drag them around, entire party issues commands, see your character. Yeah. Piece of pipe that left a noticeable dent in the floor. Alright. What do you got going on? They also have a body glove. Okay. I guess we're meant to go to this door. But we would leave that in a few minutes here. The fact our skin is still on our faces is solid logic. Suppose so. I need to AFK for a few minutes here though, so I will be back. I'm just gonna switch over to the Be Right Back screen now, and you guys can chill out to lo-fi and check out the art if you want, but I have to be AFK for a few minutes here. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry about that. Apologies, I was gone much longer than I intended to there. We should be back in. Alright. Thank you, Bernty. We continue on to purge the heresy from the ship. Thank you, Talaram. Talaram, you're up pretty late tonight, aren't you?
I always keep my options open.
Run, fool! Or fall!
So we aren't able to get like an ambush on them. They seem pretty preoccupied. I'm pretty far down in this order here though.
Brace yourself,
Oh.
Avard!
Adira's abilities. Adira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses. Her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies an exploit effect to all enemies within operative's line of sight at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit attack, or with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on target's numbers of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Suppose weakness is an operative ability which can be used against a single enemy who's under the exploit effect. With the ability, this ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits on the enemy and the operative's perception. Indra is armed with a special staff that allows a psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, we'll encounter staffs that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have the Pyromancy psychic discipline learned. Just one more year, still playing against the storm? Or no, an addiction. Huh?
On it.
Analyze thy enemy.
But of course. Will do.
Zap zap. Double kill.
I'm not interested.
Probably best if we deal with the psyker.
Victory is imminent. I will do my duty.
Hologram. You can use hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended action in combat before taking them. Click on any accessible cell in the battlefield to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single shot attack to see the expected outcome. The action will be displayed as it is used from the hologram's location to let you assess whether or not you've picked an effective position for the action you're planning to take. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you make the move. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's neat. So if I can essentially say I want to use voice from there. Oh, I can actually do the action from there.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
I guess I'm not applying the effect instead. Stab him in the butt. Ew, he dead. Sharpshooter do be trying to sharpshoot.
Cover me.
Yeah, shit shows. Yeah. Easy peasy. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment, like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as if it exists through two dark gills like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. Oh no, burnt your head hurt? Maybe some painkillers instead, burnt you. Depends, how long do you need to be up? Navigators, the sanctioned mutants. I believe Master Vespedius still lives. Albert flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and dark marks of face on the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. What's wrong with him? Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one. The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down to his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short. To do what? You are in need of help. Our time is short to do what? Suddenly the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tear open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouths like pits. Fall to your knees, mortal, and behold the final dawn. Idris shrieks in terror. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Idris' scream is echoed by silent cries in his head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysm of corruption. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream, mixed with blood coming from out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the Vox as a labored rattle. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp, but it cannot be done without the Master Helmsman's help. The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? The seneschal gazes at the figure in the chair. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of Master Helmsman. If he's still alive, it is worth a try. We must go to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join the forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call of arms and the service call relayed to us earlier. Idria reaches her hand out towards the navigator but pulls it back at the last moment. Desperados, good luck and thank you. The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids. The box at the base of the chair is bellowing out static, interspread with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Oof. Ugh. Tormenting life of a navigator. Oh. Alright. Navigator Sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the warp and a death trap for anyone left inside after translation of the Minimitarium. Scrappy autogun. Alternative weapons. In combat, a character may need to use different kind of weapons which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory and prepare different weapon sets. To switch to different weapon sets in combat, press X. Chainsword. I wonder if there's a bonus to having only one weapon.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Psyker's looks about the same as hers, I think. Hers does a little more damage. Right. Out of here and forward to the bridge, I guess we go. Guess we can go this way? No? Locked door. Huh, there are mouths and stuff forming on that door.
Is there money to be made?
Appropriately spooky, I suppose. What, to the officer's deck? Onward to victory. Onward to Bantubi. Yo, it's just a battle.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My god, my light, my emperor.
The white-haired woman turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment, it seems she's not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. It's called a bolter.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Politely von Velvicness, Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption.
It does.
The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I am no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
45% chance. What is the warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your order serves a hierarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
I mean, honestly, fair.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Let's go to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Honest of the game is, you don't like that it's locking up your keyboard into the last input because of Unity's controller thingy. I'm sorry to hear you're having trouble, Jarrett.
For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomap with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Looks like it's a gun with one more point of higher end damage. I guess that's good. Add to cargo, I guess. No sense in carrying it on us. Yo, the Adeptosaurus lady is with us for now. Unfighting Valor. She just straight up has a bolter, huh? Auto pistol. Oh, I didn't notice that. Did it say one less range? Oh, a little late for that anyways. Whoops. More goods. I didn't see it. Ah, you're right. I think I'd prefer the range over the 1 point of damage. Oh wait. You can dual wield pistols? Interesting. The more you know. Or the right of blood. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go over here and hide because I'm a commissar. You know, it's just normal stuff. Sister battle can probably be a little closer. I want him to be able to charge. Nice parry. Nice dodge.
Anything else? On it. But of
Zap,
course.
zap.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Double kill. Argenta's abilities. Argenta is a warrior of the Depta Sororitas and a soldier. She's an expert with burst range weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier an extra movement point and reduces the cost of their next attack by -1. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty of the ballistic skills for this attack. Running gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them in a turn. Revel and Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies in the soldier's kill in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, crit hit chance, and critical damage. Effect stacks until the end of combat. Certain types of weapon let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. When performing a burst attack, the character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged as the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central trajectory. Be careful, burst fire shots can hit allies if they stand in the direction of the attack. Attack denial. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform ranged attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. Those can be fired at point-blank range. In this recital, momentum equal to 6. This ability also grants additional 3 momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around Sister battle or was hit by her this turn. No. Alright. Why can I not run past?
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, why did that trigger an attack? I don't know.
Rookies!
Upper penetration. Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not only to them, but to other characters standing behind them. Warmer penetration is a parameter found on most weapons and affect how much damage the target takes, as well as demonstrating the chance of overpenetration. Some have an overpenetration parameter, which depend on the type of weapon, the value of the weapon's armor penetration, and the character's talents. In case of overpenetration, characters standing behind the target will receive less damage.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Well, that was a waste of a medikit.
Just shooting myself over here.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
Oh, stinky. Only I am allowed to attack myself.
At your beck and call.
Oh, the parry.
Indeed.
Types of cover. Full and partial cover give you opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover indicated reduced by 35%. Keep my hand to varying difficulty. Cover destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Durability bar. I'm only in half cover currently. It doesn't seem this is destroyable.
It's as good as done. Who if not me?
That had better be ineptitude, not malice.
Hey, look at that. Now you're all ready and psyched up for combat. Now that I shot at you. Now that I have shot at my own dudes. They're all ready for combat. Oh, thanks for the hijack, Marika. Seems lining up was not the right play though.
Will do.
Yell at him. Nice yelling. Oh. More dudes.
Anything else? Will do.
Guided by faith.
You could do worse, but not by much.
Reload.
Faith shields me.
Oh. Alright, so reload, I can get attacked. She really needs a melee weapon. She's standing there shooting her own allies because she doesn't have a melee weapon. What kind of sister battle doesn't have a melee weapon? What is this? What is this shenanigans? I don't think there's any deal with this dude.
I took care of this one. I'd rather not. Attention to detail is the key to success.
Combat isn't going so well for me.
Don't let your guard down.
I do feel a little schemazed though in the setup.
On it. You never stood a chance. I won't stand for it.
Okay, I assume that the sister battle would have an off weapon. I personally probably should have checked that first.
But of course. Anything else?
Analyzation.
Will do.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! This is unacceptable. I'll do it.
Oh, are you kidding me? He's still alive?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, well, he's dead now. How's my Ruka doing?
Just a minor setback.
Healing in combat. Can use medikit to restore party members' wounds in battle, treat an injury, or get rid of certain negative effects. The character is injured or afflicted with such a fight. If the character has a medikit equipped, the icon will be displayed on the bottom left. And such icon is present, open your inventory, and you can do that. Medikit on target adjacent to.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent.
Yeet. The parry. Parry this, you casual.
I refuse. I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it personally.
You do a thing. Or else.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, that didn't go so well.
Who, if not me?
What is this foreboding? I'm not so sure.
Little out of range there.
On it.
Yellow.
That is not my destiny.
Alright.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it.
Unfortunate. This is a battle not doing so well. Problem when getting characters who are supposed to be very legendary, but starting just as strong as you are, I guess.
Reduced to dust.
Oh, we made it to the battle at least.
Let's
A
not
little
waste
rougher
time
than
with
I
pleasantries.
intended, but hey. We need one of those for the sister battle. She's gotta have a sword on it. Have a good rest, tell him. Thank you so very much for chilling out with us. I like where that we're just looting the ship. Multi-key. Machine right set. Additional opportunity to call out the machine spirit and interact with a device. Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works of the Imperium, theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts.
I always have a backup plan.
Exact replica of the ship. Cozy seated area is completely destroyed. Piece of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere. A cozy place on a ship?
Always
Crazy.
keep your eye on the prize.
I got it pretty good on this ship. Or had it pretty good, I suppose. Cogitator is silent, and it seems that his machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. Skills of test interaction with an environment. To open the jam door, click on the icon. The character with the highest tech use will make the skill check. If the test fails, the door will remain closed. A particularly bad result on a tech use test can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. When the machine spirit really don't like you.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Character is about to make a tech use skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often make various skill tests, and the result might determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear or reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and value of the skill used for the test. For example, if you're attempting a test with a -10, the higher character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on a test. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancements on level ups, and any bonuses the character and equipment may offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your characters and their companions. You want to see 100-sided died IRL? You can buy those, there's plenty of them. Guess I succeeded on the test, though.
Keep your wits about you.
Just raiding the armory or whatever this is. No biggie. Melta charge. Explosive device suitable for eliminating flimsy obstacles. Operative gloves. Gains 3 bonus attack use. This my character is the most tech savvy at the moment, if I had to guess. Tech use 40, 30, 30, 30, 40. Yeah. 40 is me. I wear the gloves. And you check adaptive sword is, lady. Take that sword. Flo, it's how you doing? How the Flo's doing? How the Flo's doing? How the Scarlet Blade doing? Flo's, we require a little bit of protection. Oh, thanks for the hydrate as well. And even all the stuff here. Hydration achieved. No, you flows. Right, well. A 93% chance.
Just as I planned.
Easy peasy. Restore power supply, 98%
I
chance.
always get the job done.
Easy peasy. I guess I could have opened the door that way, but restoring power, but I'm guessing these tech successes give experience. Yes. So it is good. Oh, I can use this now. Logic.
Success
Many
is the
doors.
only outcome I accept.
100% tech use.
Just as I planned.
A shotgun. It's a shotgun in it. Multi keys. Medicaid. Cool. Meta charges. Cool. Stacking up
I
stuff.
always keep my options open. My
Can't
gut
believe I can't
tells
use
me
Medicaid.
it's a bad idea.
I'll give you the shotgun, I guess. Well, no. You're supposed to run up to people anyways. You don't want to knock them away from you. I guess if you have problems using melee, I guess you give you the shotgun so you can knock people away from you. Little strange for a sister battle, but hey. Hedge fund yesterday. Nice, nice. Jay is now pardoned. I'm glad you had a good time with J-Pog.
I always have a backup plan.
Alright, everyone. Alright. Demolition.
The Emperor favors you today.
Breach, breach, breach. Saving.
Yes?
I know how to take risks.
Skill rank available. Bring it down. Officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with action points equal to 2 and no movements. Cool. What do you get? Endure. Until the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by toughness bonus and the warrior gains toughness bonus temporary wounds. Oh, thank you, buddy. Expose weakness. The operative removes all exploits from the target to decrease the target's dodge, parry, and armor by 10 or minus 10 plus exploit stacks times perception bonus percent until the start of the next turn. Fancy. Lots of people do be playing the game, yes. I'm sorry to hear about getting sick though. Am I doing builds or feeler style? I don't know. For the other characters, they're just going with whatever is available, I guess. I'm building towards being like a commissar with my main self character. I will yell at people and shoot them and tell them to go into combat. Right, until the end of the turn, being winded. While winded, the soldier suffers penalty. Roll and slaughter. Yeah. Level 4 is going to be the reading of some options. Ah, I see. Because you'll get this, then you'll get to pick a talent, huh? Okay. And because your talents are affected by your planet, your background, and your class, right? It seems anyways. Hello, Imperial Citizen. Hopefully you're being loyal to the good Emperor. Yes, and I'm enforcing and making sure other people are too. For I am a commissar. I yell at people. I make sure they're doing the good work. Or else. I even shot the Baron just to make sure she knew what was going on. I even shot the Baron to make sure what she was going on. What happens? I just met the lady, not Baron. I just met the lady captain for the first time, and we got ambushed. And I was like, "Yep, sounds like a good time to shoot her to make sure she knows that she should be working against the heretics." "68% chance. I got this."
Get the job done.
I'm big brain. On deck officer's helmet, 4% armor. I'll take that.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Gang. I didn't put the helmet on you though, because you run into battle often enough. Looking like a proper guardsman you are now. Just mean I'll yell at you better. What else we got going on over here? I haven't took a look who the voice actors are either. Benches are even cognitive. The benches and even the cognitive are torn from its proper place and stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade. Collect. You don't need it no more. Better you split to
Is there
me.
money to be made?
Ah. Royce. This looks like it's about to be a fun time. The roar of the flames ring in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in a raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walking out of the fire towards you. It's Theodora Valencius. Or maybe it's not. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my own? Argentina goes as still as a statue and slowly raises a weapon. An apparition, a sorceress apparition, trickery of the warp. Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader and notices a muscle in his cheek. And you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. This is impossible. Doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible politely, for your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell you, tell you that you would like me to share the knowledge with you, the power over reality. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames politely, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination politely. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames the Emperor protects. His face will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promise, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you, we need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people. Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Politely, the survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew, lead them out, find a way around. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightening voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there was a body of water between you and them. Convictions. Sometimes your character will make tough decisions based on the values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect your convictions. This can help develop in three directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion to the ranks of each 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also a change in attitudes of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped with a character with certain convictions. I am a commissar of the Emperor. I will walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous path. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodore's voice fades into a firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of weak dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing fire, all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burned eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggles. You open your eyes and see a glow with a warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. The Emperor protects. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Vodager wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace. Ayo. Let's go.
Mistress, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
You just followed me through the fire. How are you guys so fine?
Praise the Emperor. We passed through the flames. How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
The Emperor protects. Behind Argentina, you see Idra Talas doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects Sensual.
Indeed he does. Oh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
Your tone renders Abelard motionless, then he quickly makes the holy sign of the Aquila himself.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
Gets this person to Lectito Divinitas.
There was no Theodora, witch.
How are you today, by the
There was
way,
an
Kawaii
illusion,
Hardcore?
a
Welcome on in.
temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But she perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What?
Sounds
we'll
good to
just
me.
pretend like
You're
we
more than
didn't
welcome
see
to
the
chill out
Lord
with
Captain
us.
standing there
After
in the
all, I am
fire?
the comfy commissar.
Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is
I
bordering
hope
on
no one tells the sister who is the real author of the book, because
a path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
No element holds power over the vortex. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much further. Adolthad. Politely, do my eyes deceive me? I could have swore I just witnessed you step through a pillar of fire with the rest of those falling in your wake. I hurried here to join the forces with you and others. It is time to push the heretics back. Indeed it is, politely. Adolthad makes a sign of the Aquila and gives you another look, this time one of concern. Your wounds. 90% chance, sure. Lore Up test succeeded. Adolthad does not seem to have been trained since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken a strange hue, the skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now is that of an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The psyker's body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the warp. You're not in the best shape yourself either, Adolthad. Note the signs of my blessing, have you, politely? Yes, the warp is taking its toll, but I'm still the same and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the von Valnakis bloodline till the end, and if the price is an eternal close of retribution, so be it. My faith will keep me upright with the weapon in my hand. That is all that matters. Adolthad holds up his hand in placating a gesture. Pray forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of she who passed a trial by fire. I've gathered everyone who answered the vox call and was able to hold a weapon, yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still recovering messages in her voice, but she is not responding to the direct request. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and her part ways? I was at this very elevator, Master Elthrod. The Lord Captain, accompanied by Archmilitant, headed into her chamber to retrieve an item of particular importance. After that, all we heard were her and her Vox broadcast. This is troubling. And the timing is inopportune. I'm still receiving fragmented reports from the bridge. Conrad Vortiger was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence of his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once. What? We should assault the bridge. No, politely. Alvard's voice is dry, but there is genuine concern. We most certainly are not. You can barely stand upright after what happened. It is best that we go retrieve Lady Theodora and let Adolthad commence an attack on Vortiger. Something in Central's voice gives you the impression that his primary goal is ensuring Theodora's safety, not yours. Adolthad nods. A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defender's heart with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, politely, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you in the battlefield. Adolthad salutes you with his weapon and turns to his routine. As the plot thickens like a thickening soup.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges.
I always keep my options open.
Keep your options open. It's a good thing to do. A little bit of peeking around won't hurt.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright. We got that cargo. Let's go check in on over here.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh. I have injuries.
I'm at your service.
Should I divine our next step?
Your seneschal is always there for you. This wound will make a fine scar.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Fantastic. Cleared that.
Do you see that?
We should deal with this.
Alright. In here. Lex Mechanics Goggles grants the logic. Sure. Doesn't hurt. Oh man, now I got goggles.
Is there money to be made?
Plasma conduits. Alright, onwards. You find an item that can only be equipped by a character of a certain convention rank. You can open a character's menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both your characters and companions have their own convictions. Convictions change in directions and rank based on how the game's story develops and during important plot decisions. Did I find an item? Or is it already in my inventory for whatever reason? It was in another room.
Let us not dawdle.
It's a nice bedroom.
I always keep
Said
my
I found an
options
item, but I
open.
don't see an item. Maybe it's over here. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Better look at this rock first. The Arc Militant requires a dogmatic follower. Helmet grants its wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Well, it didn't seem to protect him. She's dogmatic. She can wear.
Keep your wits about you.
The murder scene looks like some. Oh. Theodora Valnikius's body is sprawled on a large, blood-drenched desk. The Arc Militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against the bulkheads.
Emperor,
oh man.
Faithful souls.
No!
Well, she put it work in that scream. Good on her.
I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was
Clearly kawaii.
so loud. Why
And apparently so
didn't I
was her.
perceive this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Vortigern wished a humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
Not while she was sitting on a desk, though.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
What's on the body? You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she expected in life, or experienced in life. Traitor. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchment and scroll that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down closer to look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. What do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require us.
It's difficult to say exactly what was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium, a broad term for combustible fuel in Imperial Man. Inspect the papers. Reports, account, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that starkly differs from the rest. It's handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol vaguely familiar to you. Lower Imperium test succeeded, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valnikius signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. What's the Arc Militant's body got going on? Sounds like they shot it from within the concealing glass. Oh, welcome back, Sal. Hello, Ketu. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Arc Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the
Enjoy
day
your
they
comfy
were born.
liking, Ketu. Not much else we can do here, it seems. Aware of this amulet gains a +10 bonus to commerce and lore, Imperium. Yet another thing for me to wear. Hi, Violet. How are you doing, Violet? What's up, Violet? Violet, oh Violet. Grants 5 fellowship for each enemy that you sell ideas. Guess I'm getting kitted out.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Well, I expected that she was going to die at some point. Didn't know it'd be so soon.
Here we go again.
I will take you down.
Alright, we go first, so should be fine. Light and medium armor only protects the characters from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available at the moment. The armor stat indicates the percent of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. A character in light armor dodges attacks more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but it reduces mobility and the ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armors more effectively.
It will be done. At your beck and call. I took care of this one. Indeed.
We endure.
I will do my duty.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
Probably lying. You must shoot that thing.
I'll see to it personally.
Immediately. Do it. Do it now. Do it now. Ruby Kid, thanks for the raid. What's up? How was your stream? What were you up to? I guess I should have just attacked that. Whatever.
It will be done.
Double endure. I don't know if it stacks, but hey. What's up? Hello, Sunwalton, but no you. Enemy statuses. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to the enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Oh. That's so. Heavily damaged. Fresh injury. Heart machine. Combat surveyor. Huh? Momentum. Hello, Spoopy Kid. What's up? What's up? What were you up to? Any sound effect this far into the game? Yes, but it seems so.
Strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Momentum.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
She missed. As she seems to do relatively often. Nice. Noise. Expose. Expose. It's Jose.
But of course.
And Zapparoni. I may have zapped my own guy, but that's fine. He's enduring. I was playing some Lethal Company. Oh, how'd that go? Also, if you have to sneak off, I totally understand. I know I usually do have to stream.
An exemplary
Opportunity attack. Good. Oh,
I've suffered
nice.
worse.
Perish.
Grey hair, sure hand.
Perish.
I won't stand for it. Let's make some opportunities.
Bring it down, I said. Bring it down, I said. Do it.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Good job. Your duty has been completed. Now, what if I do this? That is exclusive. Okay, so I can't fire both weapons at once. I wonder if there's a perk that lets me fire both weapons at once eventually.
On it.
Stream's going alright. We're chilling. We're chilling. Just playing some mods that made the game a little scarier. Oh, you like spooky stuff, I'm guessing? With a name like Spoopy Kid. Suppose it makes sense. Alright, Argenta.
I'll do it.
Murder it. Fantastico. They got clapped. It was hilarious. Yes, I think that fight was meant to be a little harder. But if it was on a higher difficulty, I probably might have gotten clapped myself. I don't know. Still early game. I didn't really take any damage on my side, but that's... I don't know. Strategy is kind of my thing to to an extent. That big guy seemed like he was supposed to be scarier, but all the enduring stacks and stacking defense on one dude. Minus tower. Talent time. The range of the officer's abilities is increased by 3. The range of the voice of command is increased by 6. Also, his resolve increased whenever an ally uses a heroic act. That ally gains temporary hit points. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, the ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skills equal to the FEL bonus. These bonuses stack, but half of the stacks rounded up are lost on the end of the target's turn. The ballistic skills is nice. This means if I was ordering the Adepta lady around, she'd get increased accuracy, I guess, technically. Bolter and no armored people get shredded by it. Fair enough. The officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round. That ally gains WP bonus temporary wounds. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or an attack, that ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's next turn. Spec stacks and is prolonged until the end of the officer's next turn. Each time it stacks cannot be prolonged past the officer's next turn. So if I just keep stacking on stuff on one person, they get more resolve. What's up, pilot? Including if I shoot them. Shooting my own dudes. Physical encouragement. Whenever an ally starts a turn, including an extra turn adjacent to the opposite ally gains movement. PO, personal oversight. Oh, I see. Pilot big brain. My small brain. Allies affected by officer's abilities gain bonus to all resistance tests equals to 2 officer's WP bonus. Just like you, Ninja Bunny. But hello, Ninja Bun Bun, how are you? Target it, bring it down. Gains 1 AP if they finish their extra turn using this ability with 0 AP. They will suffer WP bonus direct damage. Interesting. Lasting impression. Half the bonus granted by voice of command remains until the end of combat. This bonus does not stack with itself. This bonus granted by voice of command, but does count as an officer ability effect for the purpose of other talents. Interesting. I kind of like that. Dynamism. Whenever hero character is used in combat, any character the officer's next attack will cost 0 AP. Leader's Assault. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain 5 fellowship until the end of combat. You doing okay? I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. Trader's going well so far. The only thing Fellowship really does in combat is coercion, really, right? Rumor of Contempt. Whenever an ally is affected by an officer ability or talent that grants temporary wounds, armor is increased by 10% one round. I can see why it might take a little bit of pondering and thinking on what you want to accept when it comes to getting talents now. Allies under the effect of the officer's ability gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to 3 plus officer's spell bonus. Wielding spell bonus, more damage on attacks of opportunity. This would be good if I want to use my call out command on the warrior more often. At the beginning of combat, the officer gains an extra turn. During this turn, they can only use officer archetype abilities. That honestly could be kind of huge. Undaunted, the officer gains 10 willpower and fellowship. Whenever they have less than 50% of their maximum wounds remaining, they also gain 10 additional willpower. Oh, I guess you're right, technically. It's for the rest of combat, so I mean, it can stack up a lot. In theory. But this early on, there's a lot of small skirmishes, so that's probably something I'd want to invest in later. I feel like seize the initiative out the gate you could do a lot of stuff with that. I might get that one. Whenever the officer's ability moves any target, the officer gains movement points equal to half the distance the target moved. Interesting. If this happens on another character's turn, the officer will gain these movement points on their next turn. Many shenanigans. Despite whenever the officer ability grants action points to an ally, the ally also gains 1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. Ooh. That's not bad. Chain weapon expert. Chain weapons. 4 maximum damage. Last weapon expert, nimble. Power weapon expert, it will not die. Dual weapon combat. Character can attack with a second weapon in their current weapon set. In addition to the usual 1 attack per round, attack suffers a -20 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill. And cost 1 AP more. Okay, I knew there was gonna be like a dual weapon thing. Characteristic training. Grenadier. The soldier's first grenade used in combat does not spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit. Interesting. Advanced skill, tech use. Bloody mess. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance. Ah, yeah, that's right. I need my Voidborn bonus. And double damage, contagious luck. Using a non-damage ability on ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed. Yeah, see, that's the thing I would eventually want to get. Because, I mean, 20% chance to reroll a failed thing is pretty huge. Just a flesh wound. Jinx, be smart. Duty and honor. Feeling contempt. Summary execution. Comfy Violet dances, dancing Violet comfy, getting all chillin'. I don't know how to finish this. I think I'm gonna go with that seize the initiative. Allow me to order someone straight out the gate. Something? Okay, cool. Alright, on to the next one. Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains anti-bonus MP until the end of the turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. Warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. Okay. Mage. Epicenter of Slaughter. If the warriors attack, they gain 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of the turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. Temporary wounds cannot exceed the warrior's toughness bonus. What is your toughness bonus right now? 5. Not very much yet. 1 damage reflection. Their parry chance decreased by 25%. Warrior's total armor. Warrior deals 1 additional plus. Or deals an additional agi bonus damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Impetus. Interesting. POV, Romeo, heard you were hiding snacks. God, you can spend so long thinking about what to use in this stuff. I kind of feel like Combat Master is a good one to get if I'm sending him into a lot of dudes early. But we'll hold up on that for now. Do not falter. All allies affected by Embrace Rain Pack do not suffer the negative effects of melee. See, because if I just use this at the start of combat with everyone around, then for the he'll have immunity to melee superiority anyways. I'll look at his thing first.
It was like a terrible nightmare.
This does mean, I mean, it should, right? Like, it's a one-turn effect, but why would you make the distinction that they have it for the entire combat? Did they have it for the entire combat that they're affected for brace for impact? Which is still one turn, in which case why would you say they have it for the entire combat rather than just saying they have it for one turn? Is there a way to increase the timer on brace for impact? Maybe. Hello, Scar, how are you today? I feel like this one also says permanently gains 15% to cover penetration. I think I'm gonna take Do Not Falter. So if I took Do Not Falter, get into cover, I have the feature that lets me command him at the start of combat. And then if I'm able to immediately use Brace for Impact if we're starting next to each other, at the start of combat, I'd always be able to get Brace for Impact up. And no melee superiority, get into cover to have everyone to run off in a way position better. This game does indeed have mechanics. Where immediately restores all IP and MP, gains anti bonus until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing this. Oh, that's what that is. There. Cool. Dismantling attack. Inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. To the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a minus 30% penalty damage, or penalty to dodge, and 30% penalty to armor. It's kind of huge. Sounds like something you definitely want to use against a boss. Warp feature. I feel like stabilizing factor will be good later on because if you want to use his psychic abilities, the thingy does go up. Thanks for the hydrate, get to AA. Hydration achieved. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a minus 7+7 psychic rating penalty. Psychos seem kind of strong for affecting things at the start, I guess. Timber Psychic deals mental damage from any source other than aftershock. The target suffers half as much mental damage. Enemies that have taken damage from the Psyker at least once suffer -20 to all resistance tests against the Psyker. Enemies that have failed a willpower resistance test against any Psyker. Mind Thief. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular Psyker ability for the first time, the enemy suffers a -5 penalty to intelligence and perception. No dodging the space magic allowed. Yes. Space Bunny and the Psyker 2 until the end of combat. Okay, so just using this at this, it may not be good to grab right now, but just targeting each different enemy, you'll get 2 until the end of combat. Attack 10 different enemies, that's +20. Visions of Doom. Warp Minds. Every 6 use of a psychic power by the Psyker, all enemies get a stacking -5 penalty to characteristics until the end of combat. That also seems pretty strong. Enemies currently inflicted with blinded, stunned, immobilized, or prone effects suffer more damage. Triggering the psychic phenomenon or perils of the warp the first time each turn. Cost 1 less action point. Whenever valid registration reaches 15, a major psychic power is activated. The chance of this happening is 10 plus psi rating. Vile degradation. Perils of the warp are dangerous to anyone in the vicinity of the Psyker. Manifestation can push away characters, damage them, summon demons, fill the area with motive force charges, and much more. Sounds like it's very chaotic. Psychic powers have a range of 2 cells or more, has a range increased by a reception bonus. I think I can use a stabilizing factor, so I don't have to deal with the randomness. Koa had Perils proc and shock his whole team in the Psyker early. It was hilarious. Did they die? It would seem they have heresy too. Interesting. No, they lived? I see, too. Fire Mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire. Minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. At the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads after their current weapon. Interesting. Happy to be loud. Reloading -2. Raccoon. Soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies. The soldier gains 10 plus 2 times BS bonus, more damage for the next attack. Be you. How dare you, Ninja Boy? Heresy. Heresy detected. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals more damage. Soldier gains a chance. Deals damage. Their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of the combat. Armor efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover. Let's travel and slot again. Till the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. Valhalla after the soldier kills 3 enemies. But only having to kill 2 enemies seems pretty huge for that. Old Brew attack. Point blank, all the soldiers' area attacks gain armor penetration and ignore BS bonus deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier. Muzzle velocity. Enough bullets for everyone. Fortress. It's interesting that you can favorite things. Where's the one I was looking at? Swift Slaughter. 2 kills instead of 1. Start stacking that up earlier. She does have high agility comparatively, so she's good about that crit. Rest well, Tainted. Thank you for joining us. Appreciado. Tainted Auto. Dogmatic 3. Iconoclast 2. Can you be invested in multiple? I wonder. Anyways. Tainted started blasting his way to bed. Last pistol, Grace of Oblivious. Gains 5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. I do not believe I need those last pistols on me. What's your intelligence, mister? Less than 35. Guess what you're getting? Her intelligence is also less than 35, I'm surprised. But I don't send her right in the middle of combat, so... Alright, well I suppose we're on here, aren't we?
Plan.
No, you Merlin. Goods. Lore warp 95%. Edelthad. Seems some bad stuff happened here,
Is there money
Edelthad.
to be made?
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
What are you doing, guys? Stop the ritual. He's obviously doing some big bad voodoo stuff. Edelthad looks somewhat hurried, but is still in one piece. He glances at you and then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Politely, you're here. Where's the Lord Captain? Theodore von Valencius is dead. I found her an arc militant in her study. Edelthad's eyes widened. God Emperor preserve us. The rogue trader is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain and houses its head. Edelthad shudders and grabs his shoulder as he watched, the sleeve of his jacket burst open and two bone growths pierced through the fabric. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second, the warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Aisha looks anxiously at Edelthad, and then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. Ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum. Edelthad stares at you, and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. And we have no right to bow our heads. Stop the loser. You see Conrad Voigtver clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to appear a pearlescent glimmer to them. You're out of time. Edelthad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Ready your weapons. If we die this day, let us die with honor. No, politely. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No, it will not be like this. Not today. Edelthad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold and haughty and fanatical. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it, and you? See to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over the realm. And farewell. Man, I just met my family, and now they're all dead. Cursed traitor. A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship's Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are a vow of he who marches toward his death. What? Theodora is dead? Vertiger stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now, I still haven't...
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Bante peekin'. Peeky peeky bante 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 peeky peeky bante 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 peek. Or here's the final cue.
To arms!
Momentum. To use unique abilities called heroic acts or desperate measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. High momentum value allows a character to use a heroic act. A low value grants them access to a desperate measure. Both abilities can completely change the course of the battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Alright. No encounter enemies. Status. Right click. Talk Expert. Creates a 3-3 toxic zone which lasts for 2 rounds. Every round, everyone within it and every creature entering the zone suffers damage. When doing Scream, the target makes a toughness test. Kill, target suffers bleeding. Devour, the creature devours an ally, restoring 30% of the maximum wounds. Chaos Spawn. I can't believe it turned into Chaos Spawn right in front of our various eyes.
I won't compromise my principles. It's as good as done. Who, if not me?
Brace for impact, everyone.
It will be done.
No, you man. What is the morale bar?
I'll make it happen. I refuse.
No line of sight, really? That's awkward.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Well, this is awkward. I'm not in the position to make use of my attack for now.
I won't compromise my principles. On it.
I guess you're getting shot.
How dare you strike at the Emperor's faith?
Be faithful.
I won't
Onwards.
stand for it.
Oh my gosh. How do I not have line of sight? Should I just be able to see past this? It's kind of silly. I wouldn't have started combat here if I didn't notice. No, I could I feel gypped.
Accept your lot.
I refuse. Faith without deeds is worthless.
One slaughtering.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Momentum is going up. Wait, it's my turn again. Oh wait, that's right. I gave her the action to go. That'd do it.
Will do. Was that you? Or anything else?
Total enemy bots das. Well, that'd be nice if I were in range of this thing.
No can do. Not the Scryer's job. That is not my destiny.
Target is too far.
No can do. I'm not so sure.
How many stacks does it have? I'll stack up more.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
We will destroy this dastardly. What is the weapon's minimum fire rate? 4? Alright, trying to remember what his ability is. During breach. Yeah, I want him to be able to use this thing first.
I'll do it.
Destroyed.
That is not the Emperor's will.
I guess the thing was for this turn, so I could have kept attacking. Wounded. At all costs. Yeah, never mind. Whatever the case, man's finna slap this thing.
That's not the Seneschal's job. At your beck and call.
Why is it getting to go now? And why can I not use the ability? These are the questions we must ask. I need to get out of this poison now. I know that much.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
You. Be ready. You
I won't compromise my
are too far.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
Well, 2 shots is better than 1. Got use out of that.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh, that's a miss. How goes the co-op working? I have no clue how the co-op works in this game. I am still new to this game. I'm practically still in the prologue, if I had to guess.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Sorry, Ketu. I would let you know if I knew. More for a warning for you. And I guess yell at it. It is he is tanking this thing, no problem. Man's tanking it. Like, I see your challenge and raise you.
Be the fire in my heart.
Yes. Reload. And
As the
shoot.
Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, well. That's gonna trigger an opportunity, right? Yep. I guess I should have just ran out and charged.
I will do my duty.
But I had to figure out. Now I know for the future.
I'm ready for whatever comes. I won't stand for it.
Your turn to get yelled at. I command thee. Do things.
I'll make it happen.
On it.
I don't know if this stacks. To the end of combat. Uh, 11%, so now I've been using on the same person for no reason. Whoops. Womp womp. Heyo, nice 12. So on a bit of a higher end from you. Analyze. Up to 8. Exploit.
Was it you? Or
How are you doing, Ninja Bunny? What you been up to? Yeet.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I don't know why I can't use my heroic actions.
As the Emperor
I'd be able to do
commands,
so.
I act.
At your back and forth. It will be done.
let your guard down.
Again. Hit him again. I order thee. Hit him again. I will finish this.
Who, if not...
Executed. Lightning bed for a good pet, but just pet the neighbor's cat in a bit and making yourself a cuppa. Well, I hope you enjoy your layabout. Alright. Well, we killed that. Pretty smoothly, I'd say. What? Pretty smoothly aside from me not being able to use more heroic abilities. More fellowship, of course. Yes, 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 yes. We're gonna be the most persuasive, most commercial. Have a little bit of coercion. You know. Common talent. Okay, so this one has to be a common talent, huh? Common talents. Okay, so I should save picking common talents. Or any non-common talent pickings. Or uncommon talent pickings. Right. Contagious luck. Unless, where's that other one? Luckily I did that for the last one, but I may have used a common talent for another character. C'est la vie. Will be. Alright, so this one's a talent for this guy too. Blade Fairy. Charge and push increase the damage and range attacks made against affected enemies at the end of combat. Oh, I see. 5 plus WS bonus. 4%. Gonna be good for bosses if we can charge our boss. Round kill. Attack of opportunity deal 10 plus 3 minus, or 10 plus 3 times 4. 13 times 4. 52% less damage to the warrior. Movement within range of attacks of opportunity costs 1 less MP. That could be useful. That means I could just go in and out potentially in the right situation to charge. How'd a heavy do? I really like charge. Less than 50%. Oh yeah, Zal, did you get a chance to start Season of Discovery? I know you mentioned potentially starting up this weekend. I don't know if you ever got around to that yet. The warrior has less than 50% wounds. Enemy attacks the warrior. Next militant still bonus percentage. Damage deflection. I think I'll take cautious disengage. And I'll go with a weapon skill. I am enjoying the game so far. Well, actually, there's one thing I wanted to take instead of this. Shatter. You're good. Glad to hear, Heavy. Working on chores in its time? Well, I hope your chores go smoothly, Zal. Rogue Trader's been nice so far. I'm digging it. I'm still technically in like the prologue, if I had to guess. We're 6 hours in, but character creation took me an hour and a half. So... Hello Jaden, how are you today? Is any good character creation should, right? I was reading so much. There's so much depth in this game. I'm not sure if this is based off a RPG version. I don't know if this is based off of like the D&D version of 40k or not. But it feels like it is. And if it's not, I feel like the system would very much work. Which is saying it's a good thing, I would say. Actually, let's look at this archetype. Talent. There's a lot of, there's still plenty of, warrior talents we can pick up. Getting that early start I want, though, I feel like is good. 90s? I wouldn't be surprised if it's been a while. Perception just seems to be the big thing for this character, so... Continued perception we shall give. Use damage psychic. Use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range. Provoking opportunity. Psyker is not in the target's line of sight. For the second cover, resistance test. There's a really good Psyker ability I saw. What was it? First time in combat, then an ally becomes the target of the Psyker's psychic power. This ally gains 10 weapon skill and ballistics till the end of combat. That's pretty good. I would say, yeah, advice and guidance. Original was 1987. Apparently there's a newer version that supersedes it though. Ah. There's a TTRPG version of Rogue Trader. You played it before. Really clunky. And the books had so many typos and inconsistencies in between the core books and subsidiaries. But it was so much fun. Your friends and you didn't much care. I mean, fair enough. I think this is a pretty solid system so far. If this is the same system. I mean, it may be the same system, but improved upon for a game. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 practically did that, right? Ballistic skills up +5 would be 50. Hit chance increase, and a hit chance over 95% increase turns into critical. But we do want to keep agility at some point, specifically for rebel, or not rebels. What was the thing for agility? Multi-bonus, yeah, critical damage and critical hit chance. A good game can definitely increase, or not increase, but like give a resurgency to a game, you know? Since the next one's common, let's go for archetype. Rapid reload. Arcanoon. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Predictable. 3 plus agi bonus percent critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of attack. Full wounds, 10 ballistic and 2 MP. All the soldiers' area attacks gain 5 plus 3 times BS bonus, armor penetration, and ignore deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius. Let me see. Equal to the weapon's fire rate, and I think the fire rate of the bolter is 4. No, it's 3. Okay, that wouldn't be bad. Enough bullets for everyone. Soldier's second attack action in the turn deals 5 plus 2 times agility bonus, more damage. That's 7 times 5. 5% more damage to enemies. Kind of thinking rapid reload. I mean, the bolter has a pretty sizable magazine, it seems. And the reload costs 3. And the first reload being free would be kind of huge for setting up things early on. Magenta's Adeptus Sororitas? Yes. Alright. I think we'll go with the rapid reload. Cool. Took long enough there. Blade shard. A blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain 1 bonus to damage. Mental heroism requires Iconoclast to allow each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge. Okay, so those are very much EU items. Monsieur Abelard. This me, I'm a Commissar Ninja Bonbon. Got these glasses on. And these are story characters. She has a helmet. I can turn the helmet off, actually, I think. There you go. Alright, anything else around here I should be looting? What a mess this place has become.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself. Just
However, Master Helmsman, system status report. For the Emperor, it's essential. Living and breathing. White-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Oh, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for the throne who knows how long. We need to re-establish— or what did you— I'm curious how they survived. The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whisperers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, and then I prayed for our rescue. Need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping the warp. Your words seem to knock the officer out of his stupor, and the air around you fills with the voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Some iconoclast he is. But yeah, man's done work. What? Needleman? How did Noodleman do? Explorator class, attack based? Not really. Wouldn't be surprised if it comes in the DLC. This game has a season pass. There are tech priests in the game. You can have a Forge World background as your home world background. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Politely, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You're the only one who speaks for House von Valencius. He may not be Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take your place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord's captain seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Bah. Blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained to in a tick. Go up to the throne, mistress, politely. These people are about to do the impossible. At least they deserve it. Is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in an unusual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is terrible to us. Let's go. Look at me. Look at me. Now I'm the captain. Now I'm the captain. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of an ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and the voice booms with all the horrors of the void. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? The vision lowers its head, its horroring gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are mockery. I've already resisted the temptations of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with new illusion. Theodora hisses almost painfully, as if wounded by your words. Resisting the inevitable means only the realization and submission will bring great torment. There is no power that can hinder the flow of fate. Da cute star. Thanks for the 35 months. Almost. The character creation for this is really much more in depth than I thought it'd be, honestly. Your head begins to spin and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink. You're no longer looking at Theodora. It is a traitor, Voigtreer, just as fluid and ethereal as the previous operation. The same terrifying voices seethe from his lips. Aspirants vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. Fate was assured and steps chosen, and yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Idra. Her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of your destinies. And today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of the future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. Images replace one another in violent kaleidoscope, without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Raver turns around and looks up to you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storms that near the claimed von Valnicus ship. We will honor his memory along with all that died who died this day. Robert does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where is the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live. The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say, Lord Captain.
I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Well, that was pretty epic. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, muttering something, then nods to himself. Well then, Yulia. You had us worried for a few hours there. Abelard offers a thin smile, but after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable of a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in a new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained a massive losses amongst the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaders of the crews. What's on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your ladyship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. Anyone track down Vertigo? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him. Any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle shorter. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Alright. I'm ready to start the briefing. With a gesture, Abelard relies the order to the agents at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Ah, great timing. Great timing for a consumable item tooltip. A dozen pair of eyes bore into you, the expressions relaying restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Politely von Valenicus will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would like to introduce those present, Abelard. Oh, I'm the captain now. Always has been. Always has been. Just ask Bernty. As you wish, your ladyship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Seri Ota of the Ptolemaian line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve your ladyship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at my command 1,000 of the crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as all external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Raver, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into the astral field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with the pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Well, Lord Captain, this here ship is as good as a home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. We'll die before come to any grief. And lastly, High Factorum Generis Dunrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being for the ship. Interesting dude. Just an embroidered jacket with a heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your ladyship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard ship. Then Furnace Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnisire. The 3 officers salute you. The Furnace Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all tech priests' mechanistries. Well, it seems like the tech priest is into it. Thank you, Alballard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have submitted to the Central and the High Victorium. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Victorium, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your ladyship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention. That and all supplies are replaced. There's only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scrum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. You love your You love your mechanities. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykid Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin to recruit on a planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Mecha Dendrites. Mecha Gentleman Hevities. Especially true given Callius's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking out questions later, the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the superiorities of 100 machine spirits. The great warp engines entrusted into my charge is unharmed. Thank the Omnisaya. But its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have yet to identify a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Ingenseer, Prime Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos were betrayed by little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. It is no one amongst my camaraderie aboard that experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equal to that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement and as soon as possible. I see, thank you. I accidentally went forward. I missed what option I chose. Is there a way for me to look? Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship sounds more or less, but without an Ingenseer, Prime, or Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. I was trying to set so much as a toe inside the warp. I don't know what will happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your ladyship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in the system, my crew followed the standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilit station. The station maintains complex Vox silence, but even in the presence of hope, it inspires hope. To have located and navigated in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'd soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go around and round the systems till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and the supplies last. And if any thick as grok shite lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so you don't worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. If it is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence. The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Albalard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Thanks, consumables. Good to know. Grenade, stimulants, medkits, and other consumables can be placed in quick accessory slots. To do this, double-click on such an item. Drag, highlight, hold. Each consumable item has a certain number of uses, which is indicated by the item's description. As with most actions in combat, using consumable items spends a character's action points. What did he say? Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then it's not bad at all, your ladyship. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides finding a replacement. Is this a commissar option? It doesn't say so. Well, here we go. Draw your weapon and execute the officer personally. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. I do not tolerate such conduct in my regiment. I will not tolerate it on my bridge. Commissar. May calls me pretty as I just execute a man. Abelard gives a reserved nod and glares at the speechless officers. I certainly hope that all of us here have taken this lesson to heart. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require new engineers, prime and navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at a Footfall Station, home to only a dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these immediate problems. What can you tell me of the systems in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to Vox Master on this point, Mistress Tolliman. Execution or not, the fact you speak? Doubt. Just executed a man on the bridge. We are in the Rykart system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempt to send Vox messengers have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobility Station has not simply failed to answer, seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. The Rykid Minoris itself is not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and a new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet in the Navis Nobility Station and find out what the void is going on. Thank you for your reports. Dismissed. Your ladyship, there is one thing, a confidential matter at the utmost importance. Lady Theodora. Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything? And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect is well known, or architect of his will in the Cronus Expanse. That answers a question I was going to have earlier. I was actually going to ask earlier if anyone knew if Inquisitors had authority over the rogue traders. It would seem so, or at least the Lord Inquisitor. I knew the Inquisitors had power pretty much over nearly anything, so... But rogue traders, as described by like the Warrens and stuff, seem to have like just as much power, but not quite, it seems. Seems they have to negotiate with other rogue traders, at least. Well, it seems like they have power on anything outside of like the settled systems. Like, it's not like they go into the settled systems and instantly start requesting and taking whatever, right? Like, they take whatever is out there that's not claimed by the Empire already. No, you Zane. That's why you sneak away if an Inquisitor inquires about your heretical ways. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodore's desk. It was signed XC. Are you referring to the contents of the note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calzazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Henrix van Calox. An interrogator, you understand? All I know is that he is somewhere in the system. We must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilitae or the Governor of Rykid Minoris, may know something. Producers do have the power to order rogue traders, but it's 50-50 if the rogue traders in question does what is asked. Oh. Basically the Boa Hancock, but better. I'm not cute at all. Being a rogue trader does sound kind of like being Boa Hancock. No, you mijo. That is not all of it, your ladyship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of von Valentnus Protectorate. Willard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you'll hold out under the mountain of problems. His face softened slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. No, you didn't, sir. No, you may. Andrea, Sister Argentina? Explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Iridina. The Psyker is suffering some ailment of darkness, or of dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Phaedra's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Idra, come to your senses. Damn it. Idra presses her fingertips to her temple in desperation. Your ladyship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make it out. What it is, no matter how hard I try. Make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot exact any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? No, not yet anyways. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. Cannot make any sense of it. As soon as I know something or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theoda was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Psyker's bitten lip stretches into a wary smile. There's nothing else of value to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Da cute star. How you get so cute? The cute star. Waxmaster Vegatus. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Fellowship task succeeded. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. Yo, 44 XP, let's go. You address the crew with a rousing speech, and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Ayo. Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage, generations after generations of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have left our home. The same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voice of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are Voidborn. I'm Voidborn. Because we are children born in the void between stars, be it with the womb of the traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station, low-gravity voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. What about the Voidborn and my crew? Shoins and stuff. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound like the babbling brooks and singing birds do the world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are part of the ship just like it is part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew. Some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. How do you find life on the ship? Oh wait, most Voidborns are a member of a large void ship dynasties that bear resemblance to or a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Coleman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of dynasty. Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster, and only best in dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. My family claims a spacious section for its demizin. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten those people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for the terrible warp phenomenon during long voyages. Many words. Handle it. Regis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idria at last not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrel's fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Idra. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corner of Vigdis's eyes, the only hint that Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idra to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass amasec. Except Idris changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idra considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look at her in my own way. Perception test succeeded. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half a face in the Vox-modulated voice is no easy task. But you managed to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's word. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Idra, she's devastated by it. Lovely GP. Lovely Bernty. 44 experience. Have you ever left a ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like a massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. This ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it for even a bounty of 100 worlds. You see, let us return to business. That'll be all for now. Nice talk.
Lord Captain.
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings, then he offers a courteous nod. What useful things you got for me, my dude.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain.
Abelard nods approvingly.
I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation with the Cornus Expanse for me. What do I need to do, and what do I need to keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Troublesome.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Cronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium.
Hello, Irish Bogan, how are you doing? Always good to see
They
you.
wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect.
I'm learning lots
in other
today about
parts of
rogue
the
traders.
Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Honestly, when I first heard the term rogue traders, it was relatively recently. I actually thought that rogue traders might be like pirates or traders that do unsanctioned business, mercenaries or something like that in between the Imperium that So it's interesting hearing how sanctioned rogue traders are. Because rogue trader sounds like, you know, kind of out there. You know, we lost some good people today, Irish Brogan. About 2,000 people from the sounds of it. I'm the captain now. After just barely coming on this ship, like, a few hours ago. Stare heretic by loyalist. I'm a commissar of the Imperium. Now made a rogue trader. Of course I'm a loyalist. I shot a man for insubordination. I had an insubordinate officer and I shot him right in front of everyone else.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form.
Thanks for the
it holds
Hordric,
sway
Kev.
over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold
Hydration
influence
achieved.
over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus.
Explorators! There you go,
They are
Heavy.
willing to
Explorators
die
are
and
apparently in the
kill
system.
for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis expanse.
Conrad, our previous master of Whisperers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Tell me
What would
about
you like to
yourself. What were you before you became Theodora Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, a used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the
Sorry to hear. I hope it feels better soon.
the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient
Origin has
institution with
succeeded.
its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children expressed any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. No questions on that matter.
Of course.
You can call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave. Until next time, Sinchel.
Lord Captain.
Cool, dude. Honestly, this game's got so much going on. I feel like, I mean, all of this has practically been the prologue, right? Like, all this has practically been the prologue. Like, we're barely just getting into things. This is my ship. There are many ships like this, but this one was mine. Lord Captain. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant on her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idra turns her head towards you and offers a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Idra, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the
Heathen
Coronis
Stars.
Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
There are worlds that There are human worlds that don't even know about the Imperium. I get, well, yeah, that's true, right? Because before the Crusade, like, every method of travel and all that broke down, and there were worlds that are still uncontacted. So, and that was before the Imperium technically reconciled or whatever. Watch her die first. Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
No, I insist. Continue your story.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no
We've
problem.
kind of ripped apart the galaxy in two. Anyone in the far side is kind of screwed. Yeah.
Everyone in the bay next door? Well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
What did you do before becoming, before you came on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
How well known is the stuff that's going on over there, Heavy? Is it like, are they intentionally leaving that side of things kind of like vague? Or is it well known that there's stuff going on there?
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Aja looks at you expectantly, then as though to clarify, she uses her hand to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the Voltrator's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head
Head exploding? Totally an accountant.
They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Von Valancius dynasty.
Valancius. I keep saying it. I have said Valancius different every single time in the stream, I feel like. I feel like I've said anytime it's come up, always different. Valancius.
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy. Of course, Lord Captain.
Got a new story for me, Idra?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Idra becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness.
Did I dismiss you, Brenty? I don't believe I dismissed you. You dismissed, Brenty. Get some eat, Brenty.
So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally, with teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open
well, Brenty, you already
so it would head off towards
you saw what happened to the last guy on the bridge who refused me. You saw what happened to the last guy who refused me on the bridge, Brenty. Insubordination. Insubordination. There's stuff going on, it's just a divergent version of what was known before the rift opened. E.g., some plans go full religious devotion to the Ems, but after generations they lose their original concept of him and start calling him God or the like. Others fall straight back to the Stone Age, others still thrive and innovate if they were near enough of an unorthodox world. So in theory, is there a potential world that might progress into things that were forbidden by the Imperium? And they would be more advanced technically than the Imperium. They wouldn't have the numbers and the resources of the Imperium, but they could theoretically be more advanced. What's it like being a Psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you.
Gosh dang it, Brenty. I can't just execute you in front of all our chat like this. Slowly puts pistol away. Alright, Brenty. Enjoy your vibing in your barracks.
Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
Just make you sleep with one eye open. How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
I guess this conversation is probably relatively different if you played a psycho character. What would happen if the door was to bust open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control of that? I mean, that nervous laughter.
Only losers who are afraid of their own
Right.
gifts lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
Alright. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
How about it?
Alright, let's hear what they're whispering about
Alright.
you.
Idra laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door. This blood for the blood
Not on
god.
firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Yep, that made
Among
sense.
the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his mistress? Or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death.
Wow, this really goes on. This really goes on.
Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
The psycho shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. I'd like to hear you arguing what awaits me in the future.
Alright, let's hear what they're...
Okay, so not workable.
voices are going
Did you know
wild.
Theodora von
I can't make
Valencia as well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argent, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
I must take my leave.
Of course.
A little gossip going on in my ship. Where is the sister battle at? My gosh, we spent like the past hour just on the ship after the big happening of stuff. Just talking to people now. Well, stream save. Alright guys, I'm going to see about giving someone a raid. It's not quite hours yet, but I feel like I could use some rest and got some stuff to wake up for. Got some stuff to do before stream is over as well, so... Well, not stream is over, but before I go to bed. Let's see. I'm just gonna raid Starfare. Or not. Alright guys. Thank you so very much for hanging out and chilling with me. Always nice to be here with you guys. I'll be back same bad time, same bad hour tomorrow. I don't want to oversatch any one weekend with any one thing, so I will probably pick up finishing Persona and continuing Rogue Trader next weekend. As to what I'll do tomorrow, I don't know, I got a few different things I could do. I'll think that over. Not fully sure what I want to do yet. But no matter what I do, as always, I'm sure I'll enjoy doing it with you guys. So with that said, I hope you guys have a good night, sleep, rest, work, whatever time it may be for you guys. I wish you guys good things, as always. We'll see you on the flip side, guys. Give Starfare some love for me, you know? Bye-bye for now, though, guys. Bye-bye for now. We'll catch you later. Bye-bye. I'll miss ya.